Can you hear us on yours? Yeah, I can. Kristen?
Hi there.
So Kristen can hear us. Oh, it's time. We're on.
The markets are open.
They're closed.
Oh, they closed it out.
Oh no, the future's all back up. All right, well, welcome. Get to the right thing. It is November 11th.
No, I'm still not hearing anything.
Someone rather for me to tell her to turn the volume up.
Tell her that.
I just sent her a little chat and I don't think she can hear it. I'll tell her to turn
I just entered, and everyone can hear us but you. You might want to go out and come back in
that. Or turn up your volume.
and turn up your volume.
Okay. November 11th, 2020, it's 3:31 in the afternoon. We have all board members present, but it's noted that Lee and Kristen are in remotely during this COVID-19 pandemic. So we also like to welcome Keith Cox with us, who's a board member elect. Appreciate having him here. And look at Kristen smile. What's up with that? What's up with that?
I'm smiling because he's such a nice guy. You're going to just love him.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, we have on our work meeting agenda primarily the bond project update. So we have those from the architectural firm with us, including the Big Shot. So we're going to allow them to come up and update us.
Yeah, we actually have two entities represented
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
We've got
Open construction.
John Cox is.
But you're still the big shot.
The Big Shots are here.
The Lance has a little PowerPoint we can speed up.
Okay, everybody should be able to see that now. Is that the case? Can everyone see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, there's Lee.
Yep, she's on.
Barely she can hear now.
Yeah.
Good.
Woohoo.
Okay, so we're gonna start.
Yeah, so just, thanks for having us now. It's good to see at least half your faces today. And those on the screen can chat too. So if you want to just jump forward, what we want to do today is just talk about the three projects. Just a quick preview. We thought we would, before we get into some images of the construction, and there's some renderings that you guys haven't seen yet that we've been developing, we thought we'd give Hogan just a minute just to talk about the schedule of each of three, just so you guys have an idea of kind of how things are going forward. So, John, you want to take that?
Sure. So many of you, as Phil mentioned, have seen the progress so far. Maybe let's start here on the right. So the transportation building, the metal building has been delayed for several months just because of the nature of metal buildings. But as you've probably seen, it's now been delivered and it's going up to be installed. Probably over the next couple of weeks, you'll see the skin go on, which will complete that. We'll then put in the lift that is for the bus lift that goes into it, and then we'll pour that floor. Once all the roughing is done on the inside, at some point, then we'll work with the district on when that transition actually happens. You may have noticed the asphalt has been laid down, and so for the most part, it's ready to go. Over at the high school, if you've been over at the high school, you've noticed that we are in the steel erection phase. And so all of the steel is now up. They're doing the final little bit of welding. They have a little bit of tube steel to install, and they've got some ledger angle that they've got to install. And other than that, all of the steel erection is done. We have the framer starting this next week. And so he'll start to frame up around those upper windows as well as some of the classrooms. So we'll start to define each of those areas. And then you'll see the tinner that will be in there starting to install ductwork next. And so we're on target as far as the high school schedule goes. We hope to begin roofing and drying in the building about mid-December. We'll start to see that take place. And then on Helper currently, and Philip will talk more about the programming and the development of Helper, but that's been ongoing for the last couple of months. The initial drawings that have been developed, which is taking a lot of time, has now been given to us, and our estimators are running through Helper to get you an initial budget for where we sit, so that you'll have a comfort level with the pricing of it. And so we do that as a design document set, so that we get at least an idea, a ballpark of where we're going to be, even before all the final finishes and everything are decided upon. So that way you get a comfort level. So from a schedule standpoint, everything is looking good. From a price standpoint, we're well within the bond amounts, and so you're going to get everything that was promised to the taxpayers. And I think each project is going to turn out very well.
So you say it's within the schedule. What is the schedule that we're within?
Well, that's a good question. So let me step back. So specifically for Carbon High School, the idea is to finish the addition by the end of the school year. And then we'll turn over that addition, which includes the admin area and the media center. We'll then take over the media center that's on the interior of the school and renovate that over the summer. And so by the start of next school year, everything that's currently in that scope of work will be complete. So we're on target to do that. Now we have, over the last couple of weeks, we have been working with the district and determining if we can get some of the spaces that are going to be renovated a little early, because we're tracking that way and we'd like to be able to work in the school. And so we're looking at options there, and it looks like that may be a possibility. So if that answers your question.
And Helper.
I was just going to say that just requires moving a couple of classrooms to a temporary location so they can remodel that area, and then just kind of a little bit of shuffling.
And in regards to Helper, we're looking very good. And these guys can probably tell you, I'm always pushing Philip to get the plans a little sooner than he's comfortable with. Because if you remember, this original bond was potentially a 3-year schedule, and we've tried to accelerate that as everywhere we can. So rather than a 2-year project at the high school, we're trying to push that, into a year, and we'll be able to do that. So again, we are pushing Philip on the plans. That they've done a great job. They've provided us a lot of information, and you'll see this as he starts to present. They've done a tremendous amount of design work, working with the district to get it to this level. And so we're looking good that hopefully we can be able to bid this in January for a February start. So.
Couple of questions. I noticed the steel that's over here on the new bus garage. It's a galvanized steel rather than a painted steel. Is that?
It is galvanized. One of the options that we looked at as we were doing the transportation building reconstruction was, do we spend the money to paint it? And so during the bid process, we received a price as an alternate, which was to just galvanize it, and that way you don't ever have to worry about painting again, especially where you have a wash bay that is problematic. And so the price was so comparable to a Tnemec paint, something that's an epoxy type paint that would actually make it waterproof or would make it so you have fewer water problems.
Right.
The difference between that and the galvanization was so little that it became a no-brainer just to do the galvanization.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a good point. That's why it's bright silver. So
the finished walls there, you're getting ready to skin the outside, and then I'm assuming we're going to have insulation on the inside. On the inside, it's going to be just.
The panel itself is an insulated panel.
Oh, okay.
Inside the building, there's an additional office space that you'll see once it's built.
Sure.
It actually will be isolated and insulated in addition to those exterior walls.
But the bay areas where the mechanics will be working, the walls there will be insulated, but not the soft sided insulation that.
It actually has a metal skin.
That's correct.
Okay.
So the workers will never see the insulation.
It's completely encapsulated both inside and out, so that
okay.
you don't ever see it.
Okay, cool. All right.
That's a great product. Okay, unless there's any other questions, I'll turn it back over to Philip.
Okay. So we're gonna do a little review of the three projects, kind of left to right. And we just wanted to start with Helper because we think there may be the most amount of questions there. It's kind of, we're excited to talk about it. I thought I was pushing forward, go ahead. So the first few slides are the same you've seen before, just, I kind of believe in sort of showing you what you've seen before and kind of reminding everybody, and maybe a few new faces here that haven't seen it. So of course, here's the aerial of Helper, and the orange is the most original building, and then the purple was what was added on in the 50s or so. A photo from our friend Google that kind of helps us find everything we ever wish we could find. And when we first started, first presented to you guys, we said we think we could do about the same amount of square feet in new construction as we were spending on renovation. And this is how we started. We just kind of threw that square footage out there. And then as we presented last time, we said what we started to discover, if you want to move forward, was really we want to take advantage of the view that's so miraculous when you're standing out on site, Balance Rock to the upper left there. So we go again, we showed you some sketches of really then kind of, rather than a kind of finger building that's a double-loaded corridor wrapping the outside, we said, what if we could do a little more step building? So all those elevations that face north are really views to that Balance Rock bluff there. So this was some early sketches we talked with you guys about before, and then we talked a little bit about phasing. So how would this thing go together? So what's dashed in white there is the existing building. The bus drop-off is already completed and being used now. When we showed you this, it wasn't completed. So go forward, phase one would be the addition of the new classroom and administration. And then phase two would be the renovation of the space that's going to remain. And you'll see the classrooms on the far west there. There's a band room and a drum room above, and then one classroom on the kind of north end of that on the main level, and I think two classrooms upstairs that we're going to convert to a guidance counselor space. And at this time, we go one more time. We had talked about maybe extending the drive all the way to the south around the track. At this point, we presented to you, we didn't know how those costs would relate to other items there. And so on the next slide, we wanted to show, we actually felt like extending that road all the way down was getting to be more costly than we thought. There's a lot of slope over there. We're getting really tight. We were kind of jumping through some easements. So we started to look at just a fire truck turnaround, which was working very well. It's a 96-foot radius circle there. And then off of that would be the outdoor storage and a little place to kind of back down and get to the storage. This would then be the drive in, and we'd create kind of a cross, have the ADA stalls here and cross over into this plaza. And this was actually just one of the documents we were using with our engineer. If you'll go one more slide. Since this fire truck turnaround, the grades that are right here against the property, if you stood there, that's kind of behind those portables that are there, and then right here as well, are very steep. This one we've got to deal with because we've got to get the drive back there, but this one we think we can shallow up those grades if we convert our circular turnaround to what's referred to as a hammerhead. So think of it as a big 3-point turn. The fire truck goes in forward, backs out. So they may pull in forward here, back down, and then pull out. So it's just a big, huge 3-point turn. What you're not seeing on this pink is the big radiuses that are there, but those will fit. So just in discussions with our civil engineer, we think because of the steep grades there, we're going to be saving a significant amount of money going to the hammerhead, and we can still fill in other areas with asphalt and get some parking and an outdoor building here, and we'll be fine. These other dash lines, we're talking about where do we bring storm drain. There is an easement. We could take storm drain down to the city system that's down there. We think that's probably not the ideal, but that's just the discussion. Just want to show you an idea of how the design meetings are going. Talking to Hogan, we're thinking we want to look at if we can just push storm drain out the west side of the building, but it works pretty well because the site drops off pretty good going north, but depending on how deep that storm is, we might have to just take a small storm drain out the property you have around the track. So we're kicking around a few ideas. Jones and DeMille, you probably know those guys locally. They're working with us really closely on how we're going to solve that. But just to give you an idea, the site is still in flux to some degree, but it's really working out pretty well. This starts to show, you see the dash line, that's the existing building. They've overlaid the new building over top of it. Just gives you an idea of kind of how all that's starting to shake out. So you want to jump forward one more. This is the latest plan. It's a little dark in some of these areas, but I'll walk you through. This is the main entry. Again, it's a secure entry. So you come in here, you'll be forced to go into the office before you're then allowed to come into the school. or exiting, you can go right to the vestibule and outside. Right adjacent to the front door is the principal's office, reception, which we work with principal very closely on all that. Sick room, toilet rooms for faculty, and one kind of, oh yeah, they can't see my laser, can they?
I'm just gonna follow you around.
Yeah, so we'll have a little laser map here. So toilet rooms for faculty, and then a single use off the hallway that can be used for students or faculty as well. A little bit of storage, and then a faculty room where we could have some mail slots kind of in that entry. A workroom, I believe, for the main level, sort of teachers to use, Xerox and such, and then adjacent to that is actually a kiln room for the art classroom that's on that north wing. Again, using that art wing, those views to the north, capturing those views, and then there's a little bit of a courtyard out north of that classroom there to go outside, draw the mountains, maybe do some painting and such. We've been talking with Principal Bradley about what types of art are being done in there, and so we think we're accommodating pretty much everything, including we're looking at putting some, we've done this recently, putting some sort of track lighting, for lack of a better word, up on the ceiling so they could light a still life in the middle and all sit around it and draw it. Or we want to do a little track lighting on the south wall so that if you're presenting sort of some drawings, you have a way to light it and you can do kind of some critique. So we want that to be more than just a classroom that you go in and draw. We want it to be able to accommodate not just what they're doing today, but what they might do as this building lasts for 50 more years, right? Across the hall, 2 typical classrooms. They've been kind of landing as the special needs room. So because of that, we put some sinks in there, nothing too much more than just a sink in there, but that's how that's kind of been shaking out. Media center has a kind of next door to it. We've been referring to it as a break room. It may become a little bit of it where a reading specialist takes a student or two, or it might be where somebody needs to just cool down. We use those wellness rooms is a way we've been calling those recently. Adjacent to that is the media center workroom or media center office. It's not really an office, it's more of a workroom for media center. Circulation desk right inside the door, the table area for sort of a room for a classroom, and then maybe a display on the south end of that, and the book stacks kind of tucked away on the north kind of end of that media center. There will be access from the media center to the courtyard. We need a second exit out of that room, and so we're going to treat it as also kind of a way to kind of go out and read outside. The drive, as you recall, kind of runs just north of that. And we think because of that, we really feel like that's going to be a pretty secure, concealed area. You'll of course have to have a gate on the end. You need to be able to get and maintain it, but we think that gate can be controlled pretty well. So students can go out and in there and really feel like it's an extension of that main level. Adjacent to the media center is really, it's kind of the catch-all. It's the lunchroom. It's got a learning stair in it. We'll zoom in and talk a little more about that as we go forward. South of that is this darker area. It's kind of hard to read now, but that's the kitchen. It's working out very well. That also includes the service line, so that we've rotated the learning stair since you saw it last. Now you sort of go under the learning stair, pick up your food, and come out the other way, so you don't have these big overhead doors that are just looking into the kitchen all the time. We can kind of secure that down. Kitchen, we've been working with Heidi extensively on that layout. We're adding a dishwasher capability, which they don't have now. Yeah.
The sighting for the dumpster, is it near the kitchen, and will they access it through the hammerhead door?
Yeah, if you want to go back
roadway?
one slide, we haven't defined it quite yet, but this door here that you're seeing, we'll go back one. That door is about right here, just off this hammerhead drive.
Uh-huh.
So we think we want to pull the drive off the building enough that we can either have dumpsters against the building, and that drive is probably 36 or 40 inches below our finished floor, sort of a pseudo dock level. What we've been doing recently is trying to get the dumpsters at that low level as well, so that from the upper level, you can just reach over and go right
Drop
in the
it in.
dumpster.
Right.
And then when the dump truck comes in and uses that hammerhead, they just come pick up and they use the same hammerhead back out and then pull around. So we haven't defined exactly where every one of those dumpsters is yet, but the intent is it's right outside that kitchen door. It may be a few steps away to get it all to work out, but the idea is it's just on that back
Yeah,
side.
and that was
back
more
house.
access for the dump truck, the garbage dump
Yeah.
truck.
Yeah, the dump truck will use that same drive as the fire truck. We think that back area will also house a generator. We think is going to be working for here with your freezer and coolers increasing in size now. We'll need one because of the elevators, needs to have some backup power. We don't usually stick very much other stuff, probably some of the IT will be on that generator, just so you don't lose all that, security things, if power goes down, so.
So you mentioned putting a gate in there though.
Well, so the courtyard, I think the drive will be accessible sort of 24 hours a day unless we put a gate here, but I was just thinking the courtyard itself is fenced.
Oh, okay, all
So,
right,
so you're not where the cars are, or the buses are, or the
Gotcha.
trucks are, you're in that courtyard.
okay.
Can you see that, Micah?
I like that. Now we really can.
But
What
now,
do you have in front over there?
Now he'd lock him up.
okay. Now, here we go. I'm with you. We're good now.
So kitchen, immediately south of the kitchen is another typical classroom. Across, I should just drive.
It's like a
Across
husband and
all-
wife, let me drive.
He's liking yours better than this.
I think I'll just talk and see if you can follow my words.
Yeah.
Since you all can see that now better. Across the hall is mostly utility space. You can sort of see the idea of the toilet rooms there. Right in the corner is the elevator. One thing that we've learned in talking to the school is there's not really good accessibility up to that stage currently. They really can't get a wheelchair up there, which also means it's tough to get a piano or anything that's sizable. So what we've decided to do is put the elevator right at the back corner of that stage and add a sort of mid-stop, if you will. So you'll be able to get up to that stage using the same elevator that you would get up to the upper level. It saves, I don't know the exact square foot amount, but that's up about 36, maybe 48 inches. That would be 50 plus feet of ramp if we had to just get a ramp up to there. So a little bit of money to put a door onto that elevator. The mid-stop really doesn't cost anything. It's just that extra door, just to be able to gain a lot of access up to that elevator, or up to that stage with that elevator. And those are typically keyed off, so not everybody can go to the mid-level. You really have to have a badge or something to get to that level. Or you set it so that students can at some certain time. To the south on that gray area, there'll be a fire riser there. There's a small mechanical space, and then some outdoor storage that'll actually be down at the track level. So there's that little skinny door there. Yeah, you'll be able to get from the track. We've talked to the principal about some football equipment and some track equipment and some PE equipment that they use out there on the fields, and not have to walk around the building to kind of drag that in. It'll just be right accessible right off that track. So we're kind of playing with what that elevation needs to be. And then just to the right of the cursor there is the stair that goes upstairs. So that's really the main level. Just jumping across to the existing part, the south end of the existing is currently banned. There's talk about pushing drama down to the main level for a few reasons. And then toilet rooms are staying, the stairs staying, and then a single classroom with another sort of breakout, sort of reading room type space that was really part of the hallway in the current building. Just we're filling that in to become a classroom. You want to jump upstairs. Pretty simple, similar double-loaded corridor on the north wing. The room above the administration is the science room. There's a science prep room between it and another more typical classroom, but we've set it up to become maybe a secondary science room, or maybe maybe one's physical science and one's more chemistry. And we know we don't do that much definition at the middle school level, but we think we have the space. Let's allow them to have kind of two pseudo labs. So the larger room has, I think, 6 sinks around the edge for students. The smaller room just has, I think, 2 around the edge, just for if something you're doing. The prep space is kind of shared between the two. There's a faculty toilet room on the hallway there. Sort of, so far we're kind of calling them unisex. We could easily call them men and women. We don't know if we really define that. Then typical classrooms north of that. Across the hall, 4 typical classrooms. And then down that hall is a very nice home ec. I don't know the right term we use these days. Fax. I went to home ec when I was in 8th grade. That's what I call it. But really a lot of good dialogue on that room. We've had the teacher over there is, I think, tickled to death at what she's getting. There's cooking and sewing and classroom space all in the same room. And we're using some tables that sort of rotate depending if she's teaching cooking. We rotate them and she teaches on the whiteboard. And then there's 24 sewing stations that each student could kind of go and grab their own sewing. sewing room or some machine if they needed. In the existing section on this level, again, the south corner is either band or drama. We've kind of been debating, the rooms are essentially the same, it's just a little bit of furniture will change depending on how that lands. The gray there is that existing custodial room, the stair, and then that whole section there north of that stair is becoming the guidance. Well, the light blue is the guidance, the counselors, two kind of office spaces that are shared. And then we were gonna push them all the way to that darker blue piece, but we've decided to provide a classroom that at this point isn't defined as anything. It's just another kind of typical classroom. Maybe use this sort of conference space for counselors now, but we wanted to make sure we had flexibility for that, for future growth in the school there. So any questions about the plan? I'm kind of jump in, I have a few other images to show.
What's your white space there on the right?
Oh, so that's where the kitchen is. So we didn't want to have any space above the kitchen.
Okay.
There's hoods and exhaust, and we wanted to be able to just do that right at the roof and not find chase up through.
Okay.
So that roof will probably be 2 or 3, maybe 4 feet higher than the second floor, but we didn't want to have space above it that would interfere with it.
So it'll be fully shaded though, right? So it'll
Oh,
have to be pretty good pitch on it.
Well, it'll be mostly a flat roof. It'll have some slope. A lot of that equipment up there is, put out enough heat. We're not so worried about
Okay, it's no
damming or anything. Part of the reason we want to lift it up above the sort of second level, 15'4" level is we don't want the exhaust there to kind of get stuck in a microclimate. So if we lift that roof deck up a bit, then all that, the wind there will kind of pull that away, and we think it will also kind of help with some drifting. And we have looked at a scheme where that becomes more like a metal roof that sheds off, but it would shed off to where our deliveries are, and we don't want to have this issue where we, You want to jump to the next? These are kind of mimicking the same sort of 3-dimensionals that we showed that first time. Again, the grading here isn't perfect. That drive that goes out to the back is going to be down 3 or 4 feet at some point, maybe up back to about the same floor level out at parking, but it'll drop down. The dark gray is the existing building, just to give you an idea. The lighter, almost white building is kind of all the new addition. One more slide kind of zooms in a little bit, just gives you an idea of that entrance. Here, we're just playing with something that maybe helps to mark that entry as this is your front door. Because the way this building really reads to the street is, this is the existing piece. So we want to say something like this is the front door. That's what we're still kind of working with our budget constraints, making sure we're not going crazy, which Hogan will make sure we don't. This is a little chunk here, this piece of glass next to the entry. That's it's just a connection really from the addition to the new. The finished floor in the existing building is only 13 feet above our 100, what we call 100. But with all the new systems we have, we can't get everything fitting in that 13 feet. With a 9-foot ceiling and a 13th floor, you just don't have enough. So we put our finished floor at 15.4. So this, we've been referring to it as the bridge. It's actually sloping. So from 15.4 the new side to 13 feet of the other side, it's shallow enough that we don't really even have to call it a ramp. It's under 1 to 20, but we just call it a bridge because it's just really connecting the existing to the new.
So just for scale, it's at least 50 feet then from left to right, looking at that.
It is, I don't remember the dimension now. I bet that's 25 or 30 feet. And because we're only dropping 1'4" or 2'4", so in 1 to 20 we can do that in about 30 feet, I think. And we go to 1 to 12, we just have to put a handrail, it's pretty simple. But one more slide, you start to see the entrance at the commons. We've talked about capturing the views to the north, and when I first presented this idea, the learning stair was just inside kind of the corner, and the learning stair looked east. And one thing that was always sort of bugging us is, here we're taking advantage of this view to the Balance Rock, and yet we're sort of turning the viewer to the other way. So if you have one more slide, I'll have a kind of a zoom in on that. So what we've done is we've rotated the learning stair face north. This is a view from the upper level, but to give you an idea, this is the wall of the kitchen. So you walk underneath the highest point of the learning stair to get your food, so the students are served at this point. They walk out and then they find their seat, and then we've developed some waste receptacles, if you will. So it's kind of this counterclockwise process, right? Get your food, find your place and then take off. The kids are gonna stage down the hall on the main level to the south, and there's just a nice little spot right inside the door that the kitchen staff will take their number, do whatever that process is we've been working with Heidi on. And then we think this learning stair also acts as, to some degree, more seating. I believe there's 8 tables shown right there, and we'll show you a rendering here. We've also incorporated a more, little bit better circulation vertically, so we're not using the learning stair as the egress, and there's a couple of good reasons to do that, but what we really like is now if a teacher had you had a grade of students there, or, all your English class sitting there, you don't worry about people that are trying to go downstairs, like, filtering through that class. They can kind of get down that commons without bothering who's using that learning stair. We think it just makes the space a little more usable. The last thing I want to mention on this is we're exploring how do you present something to a group of students on the stair, and so we're thinking about doing something, just a little bit of a solid panel in one section of that glass and doing like a 2x4 or a 2x2, they call it, display wall that just allows for you to do some projection. And the system we're looking at will not require you to darken any of these windows. It's bright enough that you can leave, and that's all north light, so it'll be pretty diffuse anyway, but it'll just allow you to do a presentation or watch a video or do whatever, and kind of, this almost becomes an auditorium now, or more than just a learning stair. It's really becomes a great gathering space for those students. So if we go one more slide, you can get an idea of how that learning stair is starting to shape up. You can see here, the top of that stair is about 2.5 feet from the upper level, so there's a bit of a grade down to kind of help define that as its own space, so you're not in the hallway either. This is that stair that I talked about that's kind of acting as the circulation vertically. You see that elevator door in the distance, that's about where that's right where that elevator is. So this side, you'll enter that right at the same kind of location as the stair comes down. And I wanted to point at the top left of this image, a little bit of a perch, if you will, and the next view is kind of a view from that point. We wrap that upper landing around the corner of the stair just a bit, one to kind of protect and help enhance where you get your food out from underneath the kitchen, but also if you go to the next view, I think it works as a really nice place to sort of stand and be able to monitor what's happening. You're not really on the learning stair, but you're kind of a part of the space, whether that's an assistant principal, if that's
Commandant perch.
it's a ram. The ram is up on a perch, right? Well, maybe make it a little steeper, but gives you an idea of how those tables work out. We're sizing it right now, but we think all the tables that we show currently can be housed in that area that the students pick up their food. So when that space isn't being used, you don't need to, and you want your tables tucked away, it's kind of doubling as chair storage or table storage. But then they wheel right out and kind of sit where they need to sit. It was asked earlier, the windows that are shown in there, that one classroom upstairs doesn't have a direct access to an exterior window. So we're going to continue a similar pattern to the windows of the exterior into that space and treat that very naturally lit space as kind of their exterior window. So they'll get good natural light. It just the way that knuckle worked there, it couldn't be on the outside wall. So, any questions with? Yep.
On your stairs, you go back one slide. Just a question as to why. I look at the stairs, and it appears that each seating area is 21 inches tall, which is great. But the bottom step of each one becomes a trip hazard going out in front of those stairs.
You're saying this
Yeah,
one?
that right there. Oh, and on each
Here?
Yep.
I can see what you're saying. We've I wish I had the picture with me, but we've been looking at a lot of learning stairs that have been done across the country, and what we have found and what we've read about them is creating spaces that are a little different, so I can sit in kind of 2 different modes. Kids, especially at the middle school level, that's what they're sort of aching for, right? Like if everybody has to sit the same, knees forward, then it becomes now I'm being regimented, right? But this, if I could sit with facing right in this image, I could sit on the other one facing left. I could, a group of kids could be above the step and below the step, and so this isn't set in stone by any means. This is something we want to. I don't even think principal's seen this yet and really been able to react to it. We want to get your guys' reaction. We could pull those back to just 7-inch steps and call it great, but we just want to start playing with a little bit of change there, if you will, so the students feel like they can kind of take ownership of it. We actually had a version, I don't know if you guys remember, where we had little bumps there was one every step in a different spot, and we kind of had a little trapezoidal shape, and what we read about them is students will put their tablet there and it almost becomes an armrest. They can take notes, or they can, watch YouTube or whatever kids these days watch. My 14-year-old, he watches kids play video games, I guess.
And these will have power in them, you said you're gonna put power in them?
Yeah, we have to define how much we want to allow that, whether that's a USB plug or an actual plug. There's actually a group out there, depending on what we put the finish on this, that are saying they can embed one of those power where you just set the phone and it powers. I wouldn't do that right away because I think you'd end up having to replace that, but there's a lot of technology going forward right now about how do you provide power. Some people would say keep it off the stairs and provide that at the perimeter, so then people that are at the stair aren't locking themselves into that power. People on the stair are there to use it as a learning stair, not just as a place just to charge, and you don't get kids fighting over who gets that middle seat with the charger and such. So but those are all great things to discuss. So
Keith, pipe up anytime over there. By the
So if I
way,
come up with something intelligent to say, I'm going to say it.
by the way, he's a contractor.
good. One thing that if you want to pose a question to you guys, and don't need an answer today by any means, but we've been kicking around the Balance Rock art glass that's in the current school. We think needs to find a very specific place.
Yep.
And we have a few ideas. We'd be curious if you guys have any ideas as you're, continuing. We'll get this sort of thing sent around so you guys can look a little closer. But at one point we talked maybe this wall has that Balance Rock in it. But to me, there's something strange about it. I see it as art glass and I see it as reality. I almost would rather put it like in the wall of the administration or something, just so that you're more engaged. It's not just in the lunchroom. Not to downplay this, but I just wonder if you guys have a preference. Does it happen on upper level? Does it happen over near the art classroom? We wanted to kind of pose that to you guys and get your thoughts on maybe where you'd like to see that or where you could see it landing.
Did you hear that, Kristen?
I can. I would think that the staff and the faculty have the most, probably the most important input on that.
Great.
I think I do have to tell you, I love it. I think it's updated. I think it's looking new. It's looking great. And I know that Mr. Bradley has told me that his staff has had a great opportunity to have input into this. So I feel good about, I'm sure that many of their ideas have been met because he said that he had talked to you many times.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier with Lance and Darren. I think it was August 12th, if I'm not mistaken, that we presented and said, you guys like this idea of sort of taking this leap of faith of an addition versus the renovation. So in roughly 3 months, half your, Darren and Lance and your principal, they've really pushed and answered questions we had so we could get to this point, so we could get Hogan what we call a DD set, design development, which is enough information about the systems and the size and the type of walls. Details aren't there yet to build it, but enough information is there that they can run some costs so that we know we're on track. And then we'll have several weeks. That's the word we always use because it's pretty.
Breaking up?
He defines several different than I do.
I saw hair stand up on the back of the neck.
That was in the minutes, is it not?
Yeah.
Several weeks.
Several weeks.
Which means 2, right?
I say 3.
Okay, you say he's more generous.
7.
3 to 7 is 7.
At least
I
seven.
do have one question.
Yes.
It sounds like that, we're meeting our budget requirements and all of those great things. And I was just curious about in their gym, we had talked about doing something with the benches in there because they're so uncomfortable for people. That's the only place that people can sit when they come to see sporting events. And we had talked about doing something with the seating in there. Have you thought about that at all, or?
Yeah, we've looked a little at it. We've been focusing on the new design, but what we've we've done some measuring, and what we think, and I don't know if I've even mentioned to Hogan yet, what we would like to look at is maybe adding essentially a bleacher seat above that concrete on each of the steps. So instead of sitting on hard concrete, you're sitting on a little bit of a contoured, like if you go to any bleacher that's been pulled out, right, there's a little bit of a plastic seat that's on that. We did one recently and we used a wood seat, and it wasn't really where you would sit to watch the game. It was more of a secondary space. But I think we could look at just a seat alone that sort of mounts to that concrete riser. We think that'll help that sort of, what we don't think we can do is, we kind of talked at one point, can we cut that concrete out and re-pour it? Because it's the roof and the structure of the lockers below. If we were redoing all that space, we could, but we think we just want to look at what do we need to do to make the seat a little better, right? And the plate.
Right. I think that's all that needs to be done. That would be
We
great.
look at it to kind of get it plugged into our budget and just see where that lands. The other thing in the gym we have talked about is replacing the side court hoops so they're not fixed and maybe they fold up or probably forward, not backwards, just the way the seats are. But just so they can get out of the way, and then your view is 10 times better than it is now, because you'll see the whole court. So we are looking at those things. We'll get those in the drawing. So
Thank you very much. I love it. I do. I really like it. I think it looks new and it looks like a new school.
cool. We just wanted to update. I think probably you've all seen this what's happening at the two other sites. These pictures were a couple weeks ago. There's another slide that's kind of from this week, because you'll see the snow. The deck has started to go on, so I put the other ones in just because you can see the amount of steel that's gone up here. It's all kind of.
You know, that picture makes you worry that the snow caved in the roof.
That's a good point. Maybe it is. So we're pretty excited about the progress. We think Hogan's doing a great job. If you guys, we're down every Thursday morning doing some site visits. We do a nice OAC meeting with Carrie and Darren and Lance, and just kind of make sure the progress is moving forward, answer questions. It's been a great process. You guys have done a good job hiring Hogan. I think they're great. And Greg, if you haven't met Greg at the high school, at any of the sites, he's as good as they come, I think. So we've talked about maybe trying to set something up where the board can get onto the site on maybe one of those Thursdays that we're here. So we'll keep you guys updated when that might happen. Go one more. We've updated some renderings. I don't think anybody on this table here has seen these renderings yet. So this is kind of the same view of the photos we were showing before of the construction. This is that main hallway that goes down. This is the entrance and the administration. Again, a secure entry. You got to go through the office before you go into the school. To the left of the hallway there is the media center. Very open, very inviting, and it's actually not even totally enclosed. So the space of that hallway and the space of the media center is intended to feel like one big space. The glass wall really is just separating where the books are housed and secured versus the hallway. Go one more slide and backs out a little bit. We've got this hallway where that picture of the dinosaur is. We don't know what that wall quite is yet. We've been playing with how to create that imagery. That hallway takes you to the current cafeteria. So that connection is kind of a major thoroughfare to get from kind of the main entrance and main hall to the cafeteria. And then if you back out one more time, you're under kind of a large canopy there. This is how that sort of triangular piece that you were seeing framed. The upper roof was what was just got the deck on it, and then that other major piece of steel was the one that was right there that you guys saw in that first picture. And then these stairs will come in pretty quick, and yeah.
One thing to point out is you can't see all the way straight through from there into the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, if you go to that
It's gonna
first
be
picture, I
open
think
through
you can
there.
see it. Yeah, so you're actually seeing the Grand Canyon in the distance there. So you're really connecting the other very sort of active space of the school at that front door. And then, of course, you've seen this. This is just next door to us here. This was from this week. Most of the steel, I think, is up. Some part of the steel going. And Greg was telling me the game might start this week, maybe early next. So, any questions?
I do have one question. I love the design work you've done, and you've made it so functional. I'm sure that one question we'll give people in our community is about, we don't know what to worry about first, COVID, glass, whatever, but I think some people might ask us about all that glass. Tell me about the safety of all that. I don't want you to change it. I just want you to reassure me of how safe it is.
Earthquake, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Quake, shooters, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, so there's a group in town, we may have talked about this at one of our other meetings. There's a group in town that's been coming to a UFOMA, which I think Harry joined or has been a part of. They call themselves, it's slipping my mind, Shooter Institute, I think. TSI. TSI. Anyway, they're a group of former Navy SEALs, and they do a lot of security in large buildings, and so they've kind of gotten into the school realm. And a few districts up on the Wasatch Front have hired them to either assess existing buildings or assess projects that they're doing. And one of the interesting, it wasn't our project, but I heard some of the discussion, the high school up in Farmington, that newer high school that's pretty transparent. And the Navy SEAL, one of his comments was he would rather, he thinks if there's an active shooter that's got to look so many ways and have so much distraction, that's easier to control from a sort of a police standpoint than somebody who's in a bunch of masonry hallways that really only has one way to look at one door at a time. So their thought is make everything opened up. You want to see who's approaching the school, so that's why we like a lot of glass at the front door. We want to see the threat before it gets to the school. From a cleanability standpoint, sure that there's glass, you have to do some cleaning, but we would argue that there's the same amount of cleaning on a painted masonry wall. It's just now you see it on the glass, so you know to wipe it, versus you might not wipe it on the masonry wall because you don't see that the dirt's there so much. So I'm a proponent of the transparency, but it's probably one of the biggest things discussed throughout the state is how much glass versus how much solid.
What about shooting through the glass versus shooting through a wall?
There's been a bunch of studies, especially the exterior glass is insulated, so it's two panes, so that bullet's gonna actually change trajectory twice. You're not gonna shoot through that glass straight. The glass on the inside is, I believe, all 3/4 inch, isn't that where we landed? So the glass between the hallway and the media center is a 3/4 inch piece of glass, just structurally because it's about 10 feet tall, and they're like 4 or 5 foot panels. That I don't know if that would stop a bullet, but it's not like you'd shoot right through it and just go, perfectly straight through it. There are some ballistic materials that we've seen being tested that are being put on storefronts and front doors that are transparent, so they can kind of be added as an after effect or after the fact. We could certainly look at that if you guys are interested in getting some data. Granite School District, we're doing 2 pretty large schools for them right now, one in Magna and one in Salt Lake, and they're considering at the front doors to do some ballistic just to kind of protect that entrance.
The USBA had a group come in and talk at a business administrators conference that we had, and some of the schools had done an active shooter drills, and the USBA was facilitating that, and as part of that, they brought this group in and talk about it. And the issue of glass buildings came up because I think a lot of people have the perception that, oh, that's easy target practice. But one of the presenters there said is, if you look at all the shooting cases, that they want to get into the building and then surprise people with people around them. Rather than sit out at a parking lot and shoot. There's no cases of somebody, because they get one shot off, then people know that there's somebody outside the building, where the shooters have wanted to get inside and where they can't be stopped, if that makes sense. And I think we often think that makes it easy target, but I think it's much harder for a shooter to accomplish whatever it is they're trying to accomplish from outside the building than coming inside.
Well, and I'm not just concerned about that, I'm concerned once they're inside and now they've got, they can see several different rooms of potential targets as opposed to, now you talked about the Navy SEALs, so that confuses them and distracts them.
Yeah. The way he talked with Farmington, because they had a couple of people in the community saying, no, we want to, darken these rooms. And I'm trying to think what year that was designed, but there was a recent active shooter incident, and they were saying make everything solid And their facility group is all about transparency. And this one guy at TSI, this Navy SEAL said, as the studies have shown that if you have to, as a shooter, if you're distracted, that guy really wants tunnel vision. He wants to know he's going one place, check a door. It's just like when he's clearing a space, it's easier for him to clear a space where he goes to a door, checks the room, closes it, and then nothing else. He says it's tough for him to clear a space when there's so much glass, because he's every little thing that moves, he's focusing on that, sort of loses his train of what he's doing. He thinks that's the same for the active shooter who's there to cause harm, is there's so much going on. He hasn't time to focus and do that one, his goal, if you will. So we can get you some data if you want us to dig out a little more, white papers, if you will. We're happy to dig those out for you.
Well, whatever design we come up with, we are going to need to, at some point, defend that decision or that design in that scenario. Someone's going to ask.
But let me dig out some of that paperwork that we've seen, and I mean, it's somebody's opinion, but I think it'll help you to maybe explain why you've done what you've done, and or explain why we've directed you to do what we've shown here. So,
But I think for the day in, day out, it's gonna be safe if someone is running around and somebody's playing, chasing each other, and somebody trips and hits that glass, they're gonna bounce off, not go through it.
no, they won't go through it. Yeah, we do that same wall that you have that's pinned at the top and pinned at the floor. We've done 42 inches of the guardrail that's just cantilevered, and it meets all the cantilever rules, and there's a certain force you have to be able to, so it's a good system. And there's a couple ways we could do that. We've landed on 3/4 inch glass. We can do laminated, we can do all sorts of things, but this 3/4 inch laminated is a good way to solve that. Probably a little over-engineered than it has to be, but we all erred on the side of safety. We've got the budget, so let's do it the right way. Okay.
I just have a question about, and this is probably something for in the future. I'm just wondering when in the future to start talking about this. I've had some people that are concerned about fixtures and desks and stuff like that. I mean, they have virtually new desks in several offices. Are you going to use those somewhere? And like I said, this is probably something for the future.
Sure. That helper specifically?
No, I'm talking Carbon High specifically.
So we actually have a call tomorrow morning with a sales rep, if you will, for a furniture company who's helping us to define what furniture needs to go in the addition. And I know some of that Chris has done is making sure we're not putting furniture where he has already got new furniture. So I think a lot of that has been being talked about.
Okay.
And even if there is an office that maybe the current office has got new stuff, and I think some discussion has been, well, let's just give the new office the new furniture, and we'll just find a place for that newer furniture to land and to replace something that's maybe 20 years old instead of just 5 years old, right? So I think that has been carefully considered, and nothing has been
With
defined.
the high school particularly, we've got a new space, and that space doesn't have any furniture. We're looking at new furniture in there, and we're not contemplating going through the entirety of the school replacing furniture.
Well,
Though there was maybe some here and there that gets updated.
I believe there's going to be a counter in the main office instead of desks individual, is that correct?
Yeah.
But they have
They have new
three
desks.
brand new
Yeah.
desks in
We
there.
certainly won't throw those away.
So yeah, so Chris, I think, is
We've got
talking about
They will
where,
be
desks that are
somewhere.
much worse.
where he
Okay,
has some, like a counselor that maybe needs to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Chris has considered all that. We just have said,
Okay.
hey, we got this brand new
Good.
addition,
I just had someone.
brand new front door, let's
Yeah.
have it all sort of be the similar finishes, so. But yeah, we haven't had that.
Tell them you just build an office in there. A new desk. Yeah.
Okay.
Different, and
Yeah, that's where I went.
there's so many classrooms that have furniture, but we haven't gotten as deep into the discussion.
Yeah, now that we've kind of pinned down really all the program at Helper, I think we're ready to start talking to Julie about helping us define.
What would be
And some of those rooms are, I mean, a lot of the rooms at the high school are pretty like your typical classroom. But at Helper, there's like the science room. We want to make sure that desk is not limiting you to just sitting at, a fixed desk, but maybe more of a table with chair, so.
So I've always anticipated with Helper that we'd come out with a mix. They have good furniture there, but we certainly want to update and we don't want to pull the 20-year desk into the new.
New, right,
That one's one. we'll
absolutely, that was,
probably
yeah,
update.
that's, I'm just,
I do want to take a minute to thank you for the bus lane. That has been so well received by the community. It has improved the safety of driving there while school is in session, or when it first lets out, because there's always students dashing across and so on. And people are really, really grateful for that project, and you did a wonderful job. So thank you very much for that.
Oh, it's all Carrie and Darren and Lance. We just we were directed, so you guys have a great group.
Well, and I'm meaning thanks to all of you, because it really has really been a wonderful safety improvement.
I have a friend that lives close to Kristen that said that he saw Rob out there one day. A parent had pulled into the bus garage, or the bus lane, to let somebody out. And he said, I was so impressed because that principal walked right up to that parent and said, you can't do this. And the parent was saying, but we only need to let him off. You can't do this. You have to go around. So he was quite impressed with that, just from a distance, experiencing that.
A little bit of education needing to
Yep.
happen right now
Yep.
where it's new.
And I think when the new student drop-off lane happens, the bus lane won't feel like it's so much of an enticing thing, because you'll have that other drive.
Another place to do it.
Well, and you'll be at the front door of the school.
And it'll be near the front.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right, well, it's good to start seeing things kind of starting to come together. Is there a motion to move to closed meeting, character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual? Maybe all of those this time.
Oh, yeah.
You moved, okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Melissa, roll call vote.
Yes. Aye. Aye.
Kristen,
Yes.
all right, Jeff,
Yes.
and Lee.
Aye.
All right, unanimous. We'll move to closed.
We will leave this meeting running,
Okay.
and then Darren, if it's all right with you, we'll have Darren send a new link to Kristen and Lee so that they can join the closed meeting. And that way, you can kind of close your other one, then go back to that old email to get back into this meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
I can't hear anything they're talking about. Okay, let me. Oh no, I'm alone. I'm alone by myself, so I won't say anything. Okay, dear. Thanks. Bye. Okay. Nope, I'm in Helper, Utah. I know, isn't that crazy? Ah, man. This is just giving me fits today. Okay, let's try again. Okay, this is my inbox. Let me get. here's Wayne, hold on. I have no I have Wayne Woodward, let's see. Join, it says join the meeting. Here I'm doing. Lee. Hi, Lee. Hi, Lee.
Hi. You're upside down, Kristen.
I'm upside down?
Yeah.
Am I right side up now?
Yes.
Okay. I have to tell Wayne I was here. I was just changing from that other thing to get here.
Hunter took care of everything, meeting's adjourned.
Yeah. I did have a little bit.
Wow, everybody's so, we move them apart and there's no talking.
They learned that in the fourth grade.
All right, well, thank you for waiting for us. We
Last.
certainly appreciate that.
Chelsea's, I was using the link you sent, but Chelsea's on YouTube and it's just running. It's just sitting. So the link you sent me for the kids to be on works, but the YouTube channel looks like it's not working.
Will you let Tyson
Yep.
know? Tyson's the one that's doing it.
So, Wayne, we do have a public comment when you get back.
All right. Well, thank you. Welcome. It is November 11th. Are you, Karen? Are we going?
Yes.
Okay. It is November 11th, 2020, 5:49 in the evening. We're in a regularly scheduled general session of our school board meeting. If you all rise and join with us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I understand we have before we go to the public comments, we've got the mayor with us here that you need to get to your city council meeting. Is that right?
No,
No?
we had city council last night.
Okay, all right. Well, then
But I need to go to work.
we need to go to work, huh?
We want the lights on.
Okay. Let's take a moment and invite the mayor up with his Tri-City Youth Council. We appreciate you being with us.
Just wanted to take the time and say thank you to the board to allow us to be here and to.
You can stand up, you do.
But there's also members of our youth council that are on Zoom, and so I don't know. So basically, as an elected official, we work so hard to get the buy-in of the community involvement. So this youth council was put together, and Terry Tubbs was instrumental in helping put that together. So I can't take all the credit, but with that being said, here is people in our community vested and trying to make a difference, selling our community, not through our old eyes, but through these young eyes. And it's wonderful to be a part of it. So what I'm going to do is turn the time over to our mayor, Ryan Brady.
Hi, okay, like you said, my name is Ryan Brady. I'm the mayor of the Tri-City Youth Council. And I just wanted to go through and introduce our members really quick. This is Katie Jones, we have Pierce Briner, Great Noise, Hunter Heath. And then back here, let's see who's still on. We have Eli Snow. You guys could wave, I don't know. Is anybody else still on?
Looks like
Someone-
Tyler Blake Grundy is.
Oh, Blake,
All
okay,
of
Blake
the
Grundy,
additions.
and then we have Landon, Landry, and Laney. Some of the people who I don't see, but are still on our council, we have Darren Mason, Chloe Monson, Dylan Stead, Hazy Newman, Jared Sacamano, Carson Root, and then our advisor, Ms. Hubbs, and Kennedy Williams. So we, as you can see, we have a lot of members. We have 18 total, 20 including the mayor and Ms. Tubbs. So our purpose is to just get the youth involved. We really want lots of youth involvement in the community. We plan all of these projects and these just service-oriented projects. We want to get the youth coming and helping us, and just we really want the future of the community to. We want everyone to help with the future. We want it to look good. We want everything to be successful in the future. So that's kind of the purpose of the Price Youth Council. And we have a few events coming up. I kind of just wanted to let everybody know about. Katie Jones she's the advisor, the head of this project, but she's doing a tree lighting ceremony at the Peace Gardens this Friday the 13th. And then we have another project coming up, and we're going to be doing like a food / clothing drive starting the 23rd, and we just want to get the youth involved. We're kind of going to start it within the schools and hope to get as many people involved as we can to help out the the food bank. That's it. Thank you. So yeah, those are our upcoming projects. We've had some struggles with COVID. It's made it kind of hard, but we're still working on stuff and getting things done. So thank you.
Whoa. Can you hear Mr. Tubbs back there? Yeah. She knew what was coming.
Yeah.
Tell us, what can the Board of Education do to help facilitate what you would like to accomplish?
I think one of the biggest things is we really want everybody to know about it. We have our advertising through, we have flyers going up, we have stuff posted on social media, but I think one of the biggest problems is we don't really, a lot of people still don't know the things that we're doing. They don't know about it. They don't know who we are and what we do. And I think one of the biggest things that we can do is just get people to know about it so that they can come and that we can get more people involved, because the bigger the more people there are, the more successful it's going to be. So I think that's one of the biggest things. And definitely, I guess right now with COVID, it's definitely really hard to get things done. There's a lot of restrictions. But I guess just allowing us to do what we can is what we need right now. Just, we want to do whatever we can do, and that's what we need.
So can I ask a question then? Maybe this is for the superintendent or Darren. Since all these participants in the youth council are students of the school district, is there a reason why we wouldn't be able to put them on our live feed, put those on something on our website that said, here's members of our high school that are on the city youth? I'm assuming everybody's at the high school, right? On the youth council?
We have two from Mar.
Okay, all right. So why would we not put them all on the website and say, well, we'd like you to meet Price City Youth Council representing these areas? Because not everybody's in Price City. Like I'm looking here, I'm thinking, okay, half you guys don't live in the city. So it is really more than just a city youth council.
Would it be worthwhile? I'm just thinking that if we could line out Rick Shaw to get with you, to get with the schools and do an article and maybe even a video that we could post on our website. He does a good job. And
So Rick Shaw is our public relations person.
Okay.
that would be something we could do. And so I could ask him to get in contact with you and start putting something together.
I think that would get your message out now, but also get your message out in the future so that next year and year after,
Yeah.
you generate interest for those people who might want to be involved.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, one thing that we would ask of you is, and so a little red flag went up in my head when you started talking about the food drive and starting at the schools. Now, we have policies that govern fundraising activity using the schools and our students. So please
Okay.
get with Mr. Winfrey and make sure that we're not circumventing what should be happening according to the policies, the school district policies with the fundraising.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, well, we can do that. Any other things that the Board of Education can do to help you?
Is there I imagine through the live feed we'll find this, but it would be nice if you could, I mean, you've told us about a couple of the upcoming activities, but if you could give us a calendar or notify us of things.
You have
going on.
direct access to us, right here with Hunter.
Yes.
So I think we should have a normal website, right?
Yes.
So we have-
And yeah, it's almost done.
Okay, so like even if it's just something that we could just link that to
Link
your
it to
guys'
your-
feed, and then I would assume there'd be a calendar on that website.
Yeah.
Just a different,
Yeah,
And
So-
upcoming events, it was constantly updated for
Mhm.
upcoming, yeah.
I think that was the plan at least, right?
Yeah, Dylan's working on that.
So how do we tie the two together? Or what are you talking about? There's the two different calendars that you're talking about?
No, what Hunter said was just put your website, a link on the district's website to that website.
All right.
Vice versa, a link on your website to the school districts and the school district a link to your website.
So Hunter's gonna do that?
No, I don't think that's my part of it. That's-
But he'll make sure it happens.
Yeah, he can make sure it's brought up.
And make sure
Dylan, is that who you said?
Yeah,
activities the same night with different things. So just, make sure that they're complementing and not
Conflicting.
conflicting with school district activities going on.
Well, you are welcome to our board meetings at any time. And as you can see, we're not a very big threat. Ms. Swenson is, but other than that, we appreciate you. We appreciate all the efforts and your involvement. We can't state that enough. Thank you for being here. Thanks for what you're doing. We appreciate it.
Thank you. very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Thank you, Mrs. Tubbs.
Yes. Where are you going? You have to stay till the end.
No, I'm retired. remember?
You know, Hunter said that you were staying till the end.
she was actually gonna take my spot.
Thank you, Hunter.
Okay, well, let's move to public comments. I understand we have one. Please, come on up.
My name is Kim Christensen, and I wanted to talk about the USDA free meals waiver that we received. This waiver was intended to help fund meals for all children in communities across our country, ages 0 to 18. And from the press release for this waiver, it says, the U.S. Department of Agriculture is extending flexibilities to allow free meals to continue to be available to all children throughout the entire 2020-2021 school year. This unprecedented move is part of USDA's unwavering commitment to ensuring all children across America have access to nutritious food as the nation recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic. As our nation recovers and reopens, we want to ensure that children continue to receive the nutritious breakfasts and lunches they count on during the school year, wherever they are and however they are learning. I know that our district has chosen to be an open restricted district and to limit these meals to students who are currently enrolled with Carbon School District and their siblings. And I would like to encourage us to lift those restrictions and extend those benefits to all children in our communities. I have here flyers from several school districts across Utah that have opted to lift these restrictions. The Provo School District flyer says, effective immediately, school breakfast and lunch will be available at no charge for all Provo School District students under a nationwide waiver from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. All students, regardless of whether they are learning at home or in the classroom, are eligible for free breakfast and lunch through the end of the school year. Furthermore, this waiver allows all children 18 years and under to receive free, nutritious meals from schools during this fluid and fast-changing time. I suspect that some of the objections to opening our district have to do with limiting exposure in our schools, limiting the number of people who come who might potentially spread the virus, and the logistics of preparing meals for an unknown number of students. But these districts have all addressed these concerns by asking their non-district children in their communities to pre-order their meals and to pick them up curbside. So the Tooele district asks meals to be ordered and picked up on Fridays for 5 days. So the families can come and pick up 5 days worth of meals every Friday for all of the children and their families. Provo does it. They just need to register online the night before or call in by 9 a.m. that morning, and they're given a time to come in and pick up these meals. I think that this would be a huge benefit for our community. I know that we handled serving all the children in our community over the summer, so I would hope that we might be able to do it continuing on throughout the school district, throughout the school year. Yeah, do you have any questions for me?
Darren?
Yes.
So that's where we're at right now, is just school, but are we funded to be able to do it for the entire community, like summer lunch program?
Each district is able to apply for either a restricted open or an open. And we applied for open. I know restricted. Every county did open, but we can reapply, but you do have to be granted permission to do it open. And I think we would need to discuss some of the obstacles that, in the spring, it was a little different because we had many aides throughout the school and bus drivers who would have otherwise been out of work. We put them to work in the kitchens. And so right now, and this may not be the case in Utah Valley or other places, but we are struggling mightily to staff our kitchens as it is. And so we would need to really look at how much participation we expect and could we accommodate that much. The USDA will pay us for the meals that we serve. So it's not like pre-funded, but you will get reimbursed for those, but do you have the manpower to do it logistically as far as how we would want people to receive those meals and coming into to the school to pick them up or would we deliver them? So there would be things to talk about administratively if we were interested in doing that, and then we would need to reapply with the state nutrition services to be given permission to change to an open format.
Is there any concern amongst the board to not have the administration undertake those discussions and analysis? Kristen Lee?
No, I have no problem with it.
I don't either.
Okay,
When they do the money, do they allow for any additional staff under that?
no,
So
just
they would not be paying for any additional staff, is my understanding.
Yeah,
there's a fee per meal, is that
Per meal,
what
yeah.
it is?
And so we would just need to look at if we felt we could, but
Hire more staff.
yeah, one
because
of the
volume
issues
of
has been
meals.
finding the workers, not necessarily so much paying for them.
Okay.
So,
The question, I guess for you is, do you have any idea how many children, not students, how many children we're talking about?
I don't know. I'm not sure how many students are even where the count is. I'm assuming that the number of enrolled students has dropped this year as parents have chosen to keep their kids home for various reasons in connection with COVID. So I'm not sure how many currently would want to take advantage of the curbside pickup, but I don't imagine that it's a terribly large number. One, because of convenience. A lot of the numbers who made up the summer meals, that they were brought by bus.
we were bringing them to them.
So we bring them to them. So the number of families who, I feel like it would be the families that would really benefit, who would need this service, who would be willing to go to the trouble of pre-ordering and meeting a specific appointment time to go and pick up these meals.
Right. And then my second follow-up question to that is, if, things get worse and we have to pivot from in-person learning to online learning, I would imagine at that point, the district would go back to delivering meals to the bus stops all over the place.
That is our intent.
Yeah. So then that would then create that additional burden that we wouldn't be expecting to make this change now, suddenly build into it. Is that correct?
So you're anticipating to need to ask to be moved to open shortly in the future, assuming that we go online.
Well, I'm just
So-
saying, if we do ask to go open, and then we have to pivot to online learning, so then now we're delivering all those meals to all those areas in the district, plus those additional students, if we don't know what that burden might be, I guess that's,
I think from an administrative standpoint, we're open to talking about it and to looking into these things. I don't want to necessarily commit yet to doing it.
right.
But we're not opposed to talking about it and really looking into it seriously.
Please do that and then report back to us. Okay.
In my
Thank
email
you.
communication with the district nutrition specialist, that's what she said was, if and when we move to online, we'll bus them, it will now become an open site. So I imagine that choosing to open it now would just, I might help us
Would
get ahead
prepare
of
us for
the, yeah, to prepare us for that scenario and to kind of meet the need between now and then. Once we kind of think that's coming. Thank you.
No, thank you.
For your time.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
I have your information, you have mine with the state contact.
Okay. Now, we did have recognition that we deferred because of the current spike in our COVID-19 issues. So we deferred that to next month. So we'll anticipate that coming next month. Okay, let's move on to board member reports then. Let's start with our owl friends here. Lee?
I don't have anything tonight.
Okay. Kristen?
I just have one thing that we've talked about before. I noticed that on the news, there are several districts that are choosing to do 1 week of online remote learning after Thanksgiving. And, like an additional week after the Christmas holiday. And I just wonder if that just might be something to consider. Like at Thanksgiving, I don't know how many families will still meet with people from outside the area. I would imagine that, it's really hard for us to give up our families at those times. And I wonder, since we have our online or remote learning pretty organized, if that might not be a good idea to do that following week remotely. We wouldn't be missing any school because we could do it remotely. Just for the safety of students and teachers, it might be a consideration.
Well, Kristen and everybody, 1 week is not going to do us any good because it's a 14-day period that we're concerned about the development of COVID. So if we were to do that, to actually try to, if that is our intent, because of the social gatherings at Thanksgiving, it would need to be 2 weeks, not 1 week.
Well, in conversations we've had with the health department, they say the same thing that you're saying, except with the caveat that if someone were to contract COVID-19 at Thanksgiving, by the end of that week, they will have demonstrated symptoms. So they would be staying home. So they think that it would be a good thing because as long as we communicate very clearly, you monitor for symptoms before you come back to school, and any symptoms, you stay home. Because they say by 7 days, you're exhibiting symptoms, and this would be about 10 days. So,
And,
Oh, how long are we actually out at Thanksgiving?
well, that would create 10 days and not 7 days,
Yeah,
because
so-
we have the 2 extra days off. But,
I don't
Thanks.
know.
Like, we're out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then you get the weekend. So if they close school for the next week and another weekend, that brings in 11
11
Days.
days.
Yeah.
And our local health department wins, first of all. But the Utah Department of Health says it's 14 days, not 10
see, and they
or
were,
7.
and the health department's saying anyone who's exhibiting symptoms, that would be 14 days for them. But it would just provide an opportunity maybe to not have sick
No,
people
but
contaminating
the
everybody.
incubation period can be up to 14 days, so they wouldn't
Oh,
start
right.
showing symptoms until after 14 days you're safe. But before then, you're not. But that's Utah Department of Health, local health, but they make it very clear that the local health departments win. But I want to throw that out.
Yeah,
Because I'm
that's-
dealing with that at work right now, so.
Right. So, yeah, Kristen, we are talking about that, and we hope we don't have to, because the numbers are gonna go down, right?
I pray so, I really do.
So is that something we are gonna talk about a little bit further on?
In my
COVID
COVID-19 update, that is something I was going to bring up.
Okay, all right.
I just have some comments.
Thanks, Kristen. All right, Jeff.
Partly dealing with COVID. Last couple of weeks, I've been visiting a couple of different schools, and it was interesting. At one school, they had gotten word that morning that a teacher had tested positive, and so the principal sent that teacher home. And because that teacher, it was in a teaching group or a PLC with 2 others, and they couldn't guarantee that they weren't together without masks, those 2 had to go on quarantine, which means that whole area of emphasis
That whole PLC group.
was gone. And so what to do at that point? Well, they had a teacher in the next room who was teaching their own class, and the class next to them with an A present through remote learning. So the teacher was teaching 2 classrooms at the same time, and we had an aide in that classroom, which I thought was really inventive and it was amazing. Yesterday, I went to another school, and they were doing the same thing because a teacher had to go home because they had a child who was sick. And so that the teacher was now going to be quarantined and so on. But another teacher in the school was now teaching her own class and the classroom next door remotely. And it was just amazing to watch.
Mother of invention, necessity,
How-
care, and how. we
Yeah,
learn
almost
to-
seamlessly. It wasn't
Yeah.
perfect, but it was a lot better than not having class. But it is not a perfect solution. The perfect solution, obviously, is to have people do what they're supposed to do and keep everybody healthy in school. I was really impressed, though. We had a tragedy or 2 at Sally Morrow this past week, and they sent the crisis response team. That's what it's called. That's the counseling group up there, and really responded well to anyone who needed a little bit of time, a little bit of encouragement. It was great. I think our principals are taking these problems that pop up all of a sudden, and they don't panic. They just react, and they move on. And I just see it over and over, things just going pretty well. So.
I echo that. Ultimately, we're in the person business here, one person at a time. And we know, and education has evolved, and we can lament it, we can celebrate it, whatever it is, what it is. The schools and the school personnel have much broader responsibility now for the mental, emotional well-being of those that we're charged with than ever before. And I appreciate those who so step forward and help out when it really needs to be helped. And we appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Melissa.
I don't really have a whole lot except just to say that I've lived the COVID thing. My husband had it, and then we did our 14 days, and he recovered well, but he had a couple of really bad days, and just wear your mask. Everybody wear your mask. Keep everybody safe. And I echo your support for all of those that are stepping up and doing things. I think we're running short on subs, and I don't know if it's, I have a concern there, but if we can, use aids or whatever to help, that's pretty inventive, teaching two classes at the same time.
Yeah,
So,
with technology, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
Pretty cool.
yeah, pretty
Yeah.
cool, yeah. Hunter,
Let's see, this past week, I helped with the election on Tuesday over at the courthouse with Mrs. Perez, working under there. And there was like a whole bunch of people that we had turn out in person voting. And I almost wonder if that'll have some sort of effect here within the next couple of weeks, if that might have anything to do with cases going up. Because at one point, like especially around 4 o'clock or so, we had a lot of people gathering in that building. And where they only had it there this year, because lots of people were asking me why they weren't doing it here or doing it they had like 5 different locations like previously. But I guess the in-person was just there. So it almost seemed like it wasn't what they were going for, because you had a lot more people jam-packed in that building. So I just don't know within the next couple of weeks what that's going to look like. So.
Hopefully they all had their masks on.
Yeah, and that was the issue, is like you could encourage masks, but because of the situation where if they're voting, you can't require them. So.
well, on the thing, are you done, Hunter?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. If you look at the percent positive numbers, Emory County is number 1 in the state as far as the highest positivity, and we're number 5.
Mhm.
So we're not in a good place here right now. I mean, historically through this, we've been in a very good place. We have absolutely flipped that. So I would like to be as bold as I could possibly be in saying, boy, if you catch a teacher without a mask on, give them the crooked wagging finger in a hurry. Or a student, we need to make sure that we're doing all we can to prevent the spread of this virus. It's a bully. It is a major bully. I see this every day. The ICU at the hospital I work at is absolutely overloaded, and we're sending patients to be cared for in non-ICU rooms that have been adapted with non-ICU nurses. With good nurses, but not ICU trained nurses. So we need to stop this transmission, and the best way, the 6 feet, we moved the chairs around today, and wearing a mask and limiting those social gatherings, doing what the governor has outlined to have happen. So as bold as I can be with that, please help that to happen. It's important right now. Okay, well, anything else then? Let's move on to the superintendent.
Just a few quick things. We let you know last month that we were successful in getting a broadband grant. And we got that set up and worked all the logistics out. And in only 1 week, 27 households who didn't have internet are getting set up. So that's happening quickly, and that's a huge celebration for us. We're excited about that. We wanted to bring up the capital outlay process and just make sure that the board is fully, you're already aware of the process and timeline, but we just wanted to remind everybody about where we're at. Right now, the locations are generating their prioritized list. They're sending those in in December, we need to think about the walkthrough. You know, I don't think we need to set the date today or anything, but usually 2 board members go with us, and I don't know if today's a good day to decide who that is, or maybe next meeting, but that committee meets and creates that prioritized list in preparation for the January board meeting. And that's when the whole board looks at it and makes edits. We do that for 2 months, and then we go ahead and set that capital project budget amount, that cutoff line. And so anyway, just, we know that it's gonna sneak up on us if we don't bring it up, so.
Lee, have you've been on that committee, haven't you?
I have been, I don't remember, was I last year? I don't remember what,
Jeff and Wayne last year.
I remember going around.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so it's only
no, I
been
think
one,
it was last
Yeah,
year.
we just did it 1 year.
so it's Jeff and Wayne
Okay.
again this year.
Great.
Although I'd certainly give mine to the contractor amongst us here. coming up.
He won't, not if we do it in December, you can't.
Yeah, we'll invite him to come along.
Okay, that's great. So we'll work with you 2 on that. And then the USBA conference for 2021, as you know, has now been moved to just 100% virtual. And I just wanted to give you a heads up that on the 7th, it's going to be a late afternoon, early evening, and we will have a motivational speaker for that. On the 8th, it's going to be 3 workshops that can be joined remotely.
That's Friday, that's Thursday and Friday.
Thursday and Friday, nothing on Saturday this year. And as soon as we get registration information, which should come out later this month, I'll forward that on to all of you. And finally, we have our annual luncheon with the legislature is scheduled for tomorrow, but it was changed yesterday. They made the decision to change it to only virtual, so there's no lunch involved. And it will be at 1 o'clock. And this meeting link will take you to that meeting tomorrow at 1 if you want to join in and be able to visit with the legislators. So just want to make sure you have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Wayne,
Yes.
is Mr. Cox still there?
Do you want me to say yes or no? Yes, he is.
I just wanted to take 1 minute extra in my report this time to tell you that I just can't tell this board what a wonderful new person you're getting on the board. Mr. Cox is so well respected in our community. He has a wonderful family. He himself is just a caring, he'll be a dedicated person, and I just want you to know that I just think he's terrific, and I know you're going to love him.
That's very kind, thank you.
We'll save our tears for you for next meeting, Kristen. Not that there hasn't been shed already. Okay. Was that it, Superintendent?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, let's then go into our information discussion items, and we'll start with the online school grading, what the plans are if that would happen. Oh, we already have them online, don't we? Okay. All right.
I think he meant if we go online school.
Yeah. and
How
if
we're
we
gonna
go-
grade that.
Yeah, so in
That's
both
really
cases is
what
a
the
concern.
question
I
was.
mean,
Okay.
the concern is kind of generated from what happened when we were all online, and then at the end of the grading, we received numerous grumblings about all this work and
Pass and fail.
pass and fail and everybody passed type
Right.
of a thing. So that's kind of part of the genesis of the question. But how we're doing right now with those that are online is part of the question also.
Okay, so to answer the first part, we're in a totally different place right now than we were on March 13th and April 13th and May 13th, because we were very reactionary at that point. I think we also didn't know how long it would extend. We knew very, very little, and we weren't prepared. We didn't have the technology, we didn't have the cameras, we didn't have the one-to-one devices for anyone younger than high school. We had sent them home with middle school, but our teachers weren't prepared. We hadn't set anything up. We just reacted fourth quarter of last year. But we took most of ours. I don't remember doing anything else besides talking about COVID and the response from really, it seems like March 13th until the time school started, and it's continued on now through first quarter. But we have worked extensively to use the CARES funding that we got, plus we've applied for 2 more grants that help with COVID relief. We've purchased the cameras for every teacher, our counselor, mental health therapists, our entire staff who would lead in either classes or therapy or counseling. We've really tried to set everybody up, our principals as well. We've also determined a standard protocol or software to use for online learning. Google Classroom and Canvas are just the 2. We're having elementaries only use Google Classroom, secondaries have the choice. Teachers have then been given training. We've also hired Stephanie to help with that training individually in large groups. So we feel like we're in a much better place now. Teachers have had the directive to have 2 weeks worth of online learning ready to go. That way, if it happens at midnight one night, the next morning, there's very little prep that needs to be done to begin. We wouldn't have to take 2 or 3 days away from school to prep and have the kids not working. We really should be able to start immediately. That just wasn't true in March. So because of that prep work and because of all the training we've done and the technology we've provided, Stephanie's also working on how-to videos for parents and for students. So there's so much more now that we have available as resources that we just didn't have then.
And also the students have had time to actually practice these platforms.
Right.
They've been practicing, teaching from another room.
Sure, they've had digital days.
It's not just training or prep for the teachers. The students have been prepped this time as well.
Exactly. And so we feel like the transition into a virtual learning environment now will just be significantly different than it was in March. But because of that, so we're not only ready technology-wise and kind of practice with them, but also the expectation of more similar work will happen now, and grading really wouldn't change much. The expectation would be that you are completing the assignments that you have been given from your teacher, and they would be graded. I'm not going to say exactly the same because there are some adjustments that need to be made when you're just completely virtually. But with the practice we've done, the grading would be the same. They would be given a letter grade just like they normally are, just like first quarter was. And so we're just it's not even comparable really where we were in that reactionary time to where we are now. So part of our responsibility that we'll take on with help from the administrators is making sure that parents understand that if we were to go virtual, first of all, we hope never to go more than 2 weeks at a time, which is not the same as it was all of fourth quarter. So that's one huge difference as well. But even if we had to extend that, we take the responsibility to communicate with parents that this is how it's going to be done this time, because we too faced a ton of concern from our parents and students and teachers that that we can't do that again. And so we've learned, and unfortunately we all learned the hard way because it just was unprecedented. We just had no way to know what was coming. So does that answer the first part of that, or do you have more questions?
For me, it does. Everybody else?
So the second part,
Yes.
is it okay? The second part of your question is how are kids doing right now? So first of all, I need to distinguish at the high school level, we have offered online learning before this. That it was something that we had offered. So In what I'm going to talk about, I'm excluding the students who take a class here or there. I'm excluding the credit recovery students who use Edgenuity to gain credit from a class they had previously failed. So what we'll talk about now is just the students who go online completely and do not come to physical school at all at Carbon High. That hasn't really been an offering in the middle schools, and so they are already distinguished between those who come to school all day and then else are online. Just by the sheer numbers.
What is that number at the high school? Do you know?
So at Helper Middle School, do you mind if I
Okay.
start? So
Yep,
at
yep,
Helper
yep.
Middle School, first quarter, we had 9 students 100% enrolled online. This quarter, we have 12, so we've gained 3. Mount Harmon, first quarter, they had 52. Second quarter, right now, we have 40, so they've dropped 12. Now, that's a little bit misleading because some come and go, but just generally speaking, a snapshot for today, that's what we have. Carbon High School, first quarter had 109, and second quarter right now have 115, so they've gained 6. We have teachers who are receiving a stipend to help us operate just those students. Like I said, Carbon's a little bit more complex because we have some who are using Edgenuity for another reason, but we do have 3 facilitators at the high school who are just responsible for these 100% online students. I understand you had a question about grading for online, and that's pretty complex because Edgenuity sets up, so when you start your course in Edgenuity, you give you set up a calendar, so you have a beginning date and an ending date, and then Edgenuity takes that beginning and ending and then just automatically assigns activities based on your school calendar, how many would be needed each day in order to satisfy that by that set of activities by the end of the time period. And so Edgenuity is kind of tough. It's a little bit different than Aspire in that in Aspire, if I'm the math teacher and I give an assignment today and another assignment tomorrow, I don't show you tomorrow's assignment on your grade, and I might not even put it in tomorrow. I may wait until I've corrected it to put it in. And so in Aspire, it's more static, and the kids can look on their grades and kind of see, okay, today's assignment has been corrected and it's there now. And then I might not see another grade for a couple of days until the teacher corrects it. And then once that's put in, then I see that. And it's a little bit more easily understood. Plus, the teacher's grade book is set up percentage-wise. What does an A mean? An A minus, A B plus, percentages that align with their grading system. And those points directly tie to that grading system in Aspire. So I can get on as a student and see, oh, right now I have an A minus, and I only need to fix this one thing to get it up to an A. But in Edgenuity, because it's controlled through the computer, the assignments, like I said, that are on that calendar, as soon as midnight hits, you're automatically assigned the 3 activities, let's say, for tomorrow's task. And so your grade actually drops at midnight, and you haven't even seen it yet. And so it presents just a little bit of a different situation for kids to really know where they are. It's not exactly the same as Aspire. Also, we can put in grade breakdowns, but Edgenuity is a little bit different where you have a progress that you're making, a progress percentage, and then you have kind of a relatable grade that's similar to the ABC scale that we're used to in a regular classroom, but it's not exactly the same. So for instance, so what we did first quarter was we said, okay, if you have a year-long course, from beginning to end, that would be 100% of your grade, 100% of the progress, 100% of the activities. So it stands to reason that at the end of first quarter, 25% of that should be accomplished. Well, passing grade, let's say, would be 60% or more of that. So if you had 15% of that entire course completed at the end of the quarter, you were passing, kind of. You were doing enough work that you would at least pass the class if you stay on that pace to the end of the quarter. So that poses one problem because it's progress. The other problem is the grade that's a relatable grade is based on the work that you've done, how much of that was correctly done, and then it kind of gives this blended grade that kind of sort of matches up to like an ABC percentage. So our counselors and facilitators did the best they could to go in and align those two things. Were they at least 15% progressed through by the end of the quarter? Yes, okay, then they passed. Now we look at that percentage for their accuracy. Do we feel like they passed the course based on their mastery of those skills within that 15% or more? And because of that conversation, we kind of had a lot of discussions about should we use an I instead of an F if they've progressed further than the 15%, but they're lower. So we've used some creative grading to go in and say, you know, we want to give the kids as much credit as possible. If they were above the 15% or really close to 25% and their accuracy was high, they got an A. If they were closer to this 15% with a lower, we either gave them a P or an I, depending on which side of the path they fell on. If their percentage progression was very low and their accuracy was very low, they were given an F. So that's how we are handling it right now. If that makes any sense at all.
Creative grading, I've heard of creative accounting over on that end of the table.
I needed some teachers to do some creative.
Well, we understand that it's difficult, and we also understand it's just not cut and dry. It's just not. And so we're trying to give the kids the best benefit we possibly can based on something that really isn't just, it's just not right down the middle. So we're just trying to look at every student individually and make the best decision.
And I'm reflecting upon my experience with
Sure.
ingenuity and stuff. Do you think there is any value in not giving them a grade until they have completed the course?
So we debated that a lot, and we decided that they need not only a quarter grade, we would like to really make sure they know at midterm as well. What we have found is that, generally speaking, the parents are very surprised at the grade. And their kids are saying, oh, I'm good, I'm doing this by myself, and I'm good, and I've passed this. And so parents aren't really checking carefully, and we had a lot of surprised people at the end of first quarter, and so we would like to actually communicate more often. We don't want to wait until the end, particularly in year-long class, but even semester, now you have to redo that whole half credit. It's just, we don't want them to be buried in these credits because we didn't let them know. We are sending email. I mean, we have parents get a login, they can check anytime, but they don't always do that. And even the email that's sent home is hard because, like I said, it's a progression. So you might see 30% or 25%, and the kids say, oh, but mom, I'm good because we're only a fourth of the way through the year. And parents are like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But really, by now they should be 32% and they're only 25. So I feel like more communication is needed, not less.
So does that mean that your ingenuity links to SIS?
No, it does not.
It would only be a grade book that is showing that.
Yeah.
But, well, the parents have a login to Edgenuity. So they can be sent, so like my son is in an initial credit class with Edgenuity, and I get emails regularly for his progression. So you can set it up that way. And you can log in anytime you want as a parent and see where they are. I just think it's just hard, like I'm explaining with the progression and stuff, it's hard for parents to understand exactly what that means, because we live in a 4-quarter school year, but most humans don't. You know, they don't understand like where we are relative to the school year, what percent they should be. And I just think it's hard for them to understand. And then they're busy and they're working, and I think we need more communication.
But one of the bottom lines is they are getting, not just everybody's getting a passing grade.
Right.
Correct.
They're
getting what they are.
getting something reflective to what the work they're doing.
Yeah, we actually, even at the high school, so many students, the counselors came, we gave them the tech lab, we gave them the day to be away from their school and not be interrupted, and they went through every single one and discussed, engaged, and that progress and the mastery, and they determined a fair grade for every single student, for every single course. And some of these kids are in 8 courses. So it was 100 and, whatever I said, kids, 109 kids times 6 to 8 courses each that they carefully scrutinized and then overrode those grades in
So
Aspire.
were the facilitators or the teachers that are getting that stipend, were they involved in this
Yes.
grading process?
Yes, so they are doing the legwork each week.
Right.
Each day. But yes, they communicated with the counselors and then the counselors divided up the kids. So they took the feedback from the facilitators. We didn't have them here with them all day, but we took their feedback from their report, from their group that they've been assigned ingenuity. Well, they weren't assigned, they put them
Yeah.
themselves, but yes, and then they took their
I'm just
feedback.
kind of concerned because me, as a counselor, if you said to me, assess this student and give them a grade, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
And I think that was kind of a burden upon them. I would say that I would like to see it work a little bit more toward a teacher, somebody who works with grade books, who, you know, I don't know. I mean, some of our counselors have been teachers, but that would scare me to death for you to say, you've got 40
But that was their
kids.
choice, this was the counselor's choice. So we had met in PLC and they meet in a CAM meeting to decide how to do this, and that's what they asked for.
Okay.
And that's where the day came from too, because they're
That
saying,
was- yeah.
well, we offered the day because they're saying how they're going to break it up at school, and I said, oh my gosh, get out of your school, don't be there, you
Yeah.
know, you'll get distracted, but if we just have you here, and they thought that would be good, but they did consult with each of the 3 teachers has about 30 students, 30 to 40 students. And so they have spreadsheets, they follow them, they also have their reports they can print from Ingenuity, but then it wasn't the counselors making the decision completely on their own, but we set up a guideline in our meeting with the counselors. And I said PLC, but that's not true. It was just a meeting we had at the high school with the counselors. But we set up criteria for what it would look like to be an I, what it would look like to be an F. And anyway, we got all that set up and they met with the teachers and then they came here.
I wish we could throw it into a grade book somehow that would figure it out for you, but I understand that. Yeah.
So at least the portion that was up to the counselors and the teachers, right, it was standardized, like it was just like, okay. Because that's what I was thinking when you were saying that, I was like, well, what's the margin of error from person to person? Like, if I'm grading one kid and Mrs. Swenson is doing another one, like.
Is there subjective?
Yeah.
Well, there always is grading, but
Yeah.
yes, we had a criteria and kind of made like a little, put in a flow chart, but basically it was an outline that we said, okay, if this, then go to here, and then if that, go to here, yeah.
Okay.
I have a question. I was sort of surprised at the number of students that you had enrolled. It was a lot. It was more than I anticipated. But do you consider this project that you've done? Does this prepare us? Do you feel like does this get us a step forward to having like really online classes having a lot of them, or what are you thinking?
Are you talking like school years outside of the pandemic?
Yes.
So I do believe that online school as an option is here to stay. And having students 100% online is not going anywhere. I feel like this is something that we have begun that I just think will be here now. However, I don't think that it is going to be this heavily attended in the future. I think once we are back to normal, that you'll see a lot fewer students enroll 100%.
Most kids like to be in school, I think, but it's been interesting to listen to you and just realize how tough it is to really do that.
Well, and you just don't have control like you do when they're in your room, and so we'll get better at it. We'll be better next fall than we were this fall. We'll continually improve on that, and we're just trying to collect as much data as we can to make the best choice, to know how to adjust everything we need to adjust, because we do have things we need to do better that we've learned this year that we will improve on for next year. So, but I think it's safe to say that it's not going away.
Do you think there will come a time when, there'll be a position open for a teacher that's strictly online.
So
I mean, you
maybe.
think that's something that we might,
I mean, maybe, and we're running the data to analyze that as well. So as we called around, when we were first deciding, okay, this is something we need to offer, I talked to several districts who have been doing this for a long time and have people, and I talked to a person in Tooele who kind of oversees it. And just to give you some numbers, they have 3 employees, so they have a secretary and then 2 people who run their online with 6,000 students.
Oh my.
So when you look at those numbers, I mean, we're not even, so even if you divided that, I mean, we're just nowhere near. So and I talked, and asked about stipends and facilitators and what should we do, and the original number they gave us was if you have a teacher who's a full-time teacher and they should have the stipend for managing online students, the ratio should be 1 to 100. They should have 100 online students to receive the stipend. And I thought, if I did that, my teachers would go insane. So we bumped ours down to 40, and we didn't follow their advice. And I don't know that I'd want to go over 40 for a full-time teacher who's doing this on the side. So we're already way, way overstaffed if you look at the trends across the state. Now, not to say that we would never get to a point where we would consider that, but at this point, and I said, like, we're collecting data all year and we'll look at it again, but we also have CARES funding this year that's paying for this. And so once that goes away, it's already going to be quite an expense to keep going just what we have. If we added a full-time position with benefits, now you've just exponentially.
do you know what
increased that.
platform Tooele is using?
Same.
They're using Edgenuity? Do you know if they've got any magic to assigning grades or?
We've had all those discussions, and part of the guidance we've given through this process is because we've talked to others and followed their guidance and made our own decisions a little bit and used part of what they did and part of what we thought would work best. And so, yeah, I mean, we're constantly kind of talking to people and asking a better way to do this.
It should be nice if it was like, just set up in a grade book, and automatically assign the grade based on that.
I agree.
It would be
It would be
great.
wonderful.
But it would be, but we know it's not there yet.
Well, and if we could get it to feed into Aspire automatically, but yeah, we'll get.
Edgenuity is continuing to update, and so there could be a day when I'm sure we're not the only ones.
I'm
who are
sure,
requesting
I'm
this.
sure, yeah,
Sure.
and I'm sure they're looking at those options. So, and just working with the state people in Aspire, they may be able to write, and I don't know, but when I talked to them a couple of times on different things, they were willing, their programmers were willing to look at different options for some of those things.
I think so. And there was a time when Master Connect sort of did. It wasn't great, but it sort of did. And if we could even just get it
Sort of.
to feed a percentage, and then we could
Yeah.
adjust or something.
Yeah.
But it's just tough because of what I explained earlier. It's not cut and dry.
Well, and I still think we're way ahead of many other places, like Wayne said, they've had other school districts calling and saying, how are you doing this and how are you making it work? And I think by maintaining those kids as online but our students, I think that's, that's good job.
Well, it's huge. If you lose 200 students times $3,600
To something else.
WPU, we're hurting.
So
So it is worth our while
I
to
do see your
make it better.
effort, I appreciate that very much,
Yeah,
that
thank you.
effort to get that to work. It's a
We'll
big
get
deal.
there.
It's a big thing,
We'll
I know.
get there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. That was kind of like a $20 answer for a 2 big question. But thank you very much. We appreciate it. And that we have I think, as board members, all the information we need to answer any questions that come our way.
Okay.
So thank you. Stacy, did you have anything else to offer?
I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna skate out of this. Like, I'm gonna tell him, guess what?
Tell us what the
Elementary's
elementary's
a little
doing.
different.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, that was a great just explanation, but it does look different in elementary. We are using Edgenuity's elementary program, which is Pathblazer, but it is not organized like the secondary programs are. So just to give you a little background on the numbers, just so you're aware of what we're dealing with. We did have during first quarter 123 students enrolled in online elementary, and during first quarter we had 35 of them return back to the school, which was a happy day. And we lost 5 to another, 4 went to homeschool and 1 went to a different online program. And so we were down to 80. Anyway, we picked up 3 kids in this last week, so I was surprised. And I never broken down my kindergarten. Sorry, is there a question?
No, she was coughing.
Oh, okay.
But there is,
Oh, sorry.
so let's say a student, because we approve homeschool requests. So, I don't know, September 1, they want to go homeschool. And after 2 weeks, they want to come back to school. 2 weeks later, they want to go online school. 2 weeks after that, they want to come back. Is that an option?
It is not.
It's happening.
It's happening a lot.
It is happening.
It's hard,
But
but you know
this,
what? We just keep rolling out the carpet and saying, welcome back.
Uh-huh.
We want you here. So it's hard. It is a hard thing. So we went to this Pathblazer program, and I think, Edgenuity was responding to COVID just like everybody else was. And I don't know that it was originally meant to be a curriculum delivery, but they've turned it into that. So it's missing some components like a grading system, and it's not you assign a course and you show progress through the course. It's just a task assigned. Within the task, there are sometimes a graded task or a graded assignment, but it's lacking. And it was a concern, right, as we started into the program, realizing it was missing a lot of what I would consider in my nervous mind of there's not enough maybe practice for some of these foundational skills built into this program. So we immediately started expanding our licenses into some of the supplemental programs that are being used in the school every day and getting them all set up. So they're accessing ST Math and iReady and Waterford and all these things that our kids are doing in the physical school. And then we thought there's still another piece missing. Math facts and that number sense is so essential. We sought out, found another program, Reflex Math, and that actually ended up turning into a program we purchased for the whole district. So our physical students are getting it. So it's kind of worked out that we're kind of taking care of both sides the whole time. But it's not the grading. There's really not a way to grade. It's a participation. It's a engagement thing. We set expectations for time. And so we're really grading on, are they putting in the time that they need to put into each of these programs to be sufficient based off the research of these programs. There are certain amounts of time daily they should be engaging. So that's what we're kind of grading on. But our first quarter was a program here, a program there. They were just getting thrown programs about every week. And so we had to be flexible on grading and the expectations. So we did give a P to everybody in first quarter. It just felt like the only fair thing we could do. So we did set the parameters for going forward that they do have to meet the expectation of 80% of the time expectation for a P. And then we have also, we started this as a one-man band, me, and it was not working out very well when you're working with that number of kids to try and manage that. I was not keeping up, thankfully. Superintendent, maybe probably more for my sanity. He was watching me lose it, literally.
We couldn't take it anymore.
He said, we gotta get some help in here.
She lost
Thank
her
you.
inner Stephanie, right?
Oh,
There never was one.
Way. It was so pushed down, you weren't gonna find that. I'm still trying to dig it out, but we do also have some elementary teachers that are working as facilitators, and they're fantastic. They're monitoring these kids every week, sending out little notices, hey, you're not meeting your minutes. Some of them are doing it midweek to give them a chance, and it's really made a big difference. And we still have some that are not. We've set a plan on how to address those that are not meeting expectations continually. And we just met yesterday, and it's going to be a lot of personal conversations and some contracts type of thing to get them committed, because we just can't knowingly not let kids not engage. It just is not going to be an option. If they're in online, they need to meet the expectations. And if they're not, we want them back where we can help them and support them. So that's our plan going forward. And I don't know that, we're learning a lot as we go, and maybe Pathblazer won't be the program we will go with in the future. If we continue our online, we might want to explore options that have a lot and not so many supplements, but we're learning, we're swimming.
Keep your head above water.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Any questions for me? Are we all good? Thank you.
I just want to apologize really quick to the commissioner and especially to Rita, because she worked so hard at this, and Jade as well, but I've got to step out. I know you've been here for 2 hours waiting for us, but I won't be here, but I've already asked all my questions. You've taken care of all my concerns because I've got the packet for my work, so I say yes.
Thank you. Okay. You still don't get a vote, though. You're not here. We'd like to excuse Jeff at this particular time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. COVID-19 update.
I'd be happy to do that after the,
Commissioner, or after.
if that's okay.
Come on down.
So, I'm
So,
Rita.
for Lee and Kristen, we're moving to the #1 action item, the Carbon County Economic Development Reinvestment Project area. So the attachment was there, all the documents were there for your review before, and as Jeff said, he's looked at them, had his questions answered, and he's in favor of what's going on.
Thank you, Board Chair. My name is Rita Bigger. I work with Carbon County and Economic Development. We've come before your board before about this particular project and trying to get a soft commitment, I guess, from the board to encourage Intermountain Electronics to do the expansion here instead of in Denver. So this is just finalizing that. The conditions for our previous discussions are all the same. 75% is what the increment is, what we're looking at to increment the project is, as far as the number of jobs and the capital investment that they originally pitched is still the same in the budget that we presented. And so as far as any changes to the original discussion, there's been no changes. Other than when we last time, you talked about asking about getting more of a commitment from them to do interns and all of that. And so they've been doing the internships, and we've encouraged them, and that's been kind of part of the agreement that we've had with Intermountain Electronics. So I can't think of anything else that you guys have concerns with from before. If you guys can think of anything that you had, we're happy to answer that. And then I'll let Commissioner Jensen say a couple words about the project as well, since he's the boss.
Any questions before we?
Just point of clarification to re-emphasize what Rita said. This is not new. This is just coming back to finalize what we'd already agreed with Intermountain Electronics. That's it in a nutshell. And as was explained, there wasn't any last minute under the carpet type of changes that happened to it. Everything is still the same, and Intermountain Electronics has been honoring their commitment for interns and even summer employment. So
Yeah, I think the commitment they've made is one out of necessity. They really need to get people in their facility working and helping them along the path to getting a lot of them some higher education. So I think the only thing I'd like to update you on is just that there was a lull with COVID in the beginning, about March, and they were in the middle of building their new warehouse, and they put the main building on hold for a little bit. But since that, when they put things on hold, they've had 3 large contracts come in, extremely large. And so they're moving ahead, and their biggest challenge now will be to keep up with the contracts that they have. And these are significant. The growth probably will exceed really what they had projected with the numbers in the beginning. I think they have actually are beginning to receive phone calls just from their online presence from some of the largest companies in the world that want them to do stuff for them. There just seems to be an expansion of the need. One company needs 100 units a month. They have three contracts that they have with big companies already, and they were looking to add one more. And it looks like Intermountain Electronics will become that 4th for this company. And so the biggest challenge is just meeting the growth demand. It'll require growth in their other places as well, but here. We're excited for where they're headed. I think more than the tax dollars we will get from them is the impact of them being here. So what's really going to make a difference.
It's interesting to drive out there if you haven't been out there, every couple of months is about as often as I get out that way, and boy, it's just the differences in the structures at that point.
We tell the big one, the big building.
I know, I've looked at that piece of ground and I thought, okay, here it goes.
It was kind of crazy working there over the summer. It seemed like that the growth was just kind of rapidly outpacing the facilities that they had already. So this expansion, just like a lot of times we'd be working outside or working on things we just didn't have the space for how fast they were growing. So I think it's a really good thing.
That's one of your interns, I think.
Very good.
Good to know.
There was one bit of confusion. They need a training facility and they intend to build one. And they had talked about putting that facility out on Airport Road on property they own. And they want it to be close to their facility, which is going to require purchasing some more property there. And they anticipate being able to do that. So temporarily, they had plans in hand for a recreation center out on Airport Road. And so they're using that temporarily as a training facility, or it's going to be, it's in the process of being built, but it will not be the training facility. So that was not included in this.
The final. I did include it in the original because it was my misunderstanding because I thought we were going to include that. But that's what Jeff's concern was, and that's where we did take that out because that is not going to be the final location for their training center. So in the documents that you guys received, that facility is not on the list of parcels that would be included in this project.
Okay. Originally, they were going to build it across the road from where they're temporarily doing. We would appreciate your support, and this project is moving forward because of the support of the taxing entities. It was a big win for Intermountain Electronics, as well as the state incentives. They aligned fairly well with what Denver was offering.
All right, well, good. Any further questions from any board members?
Only question I have is just to make sure that we get you the documentation that you need. So this interlocal agreement needs to be signed, right?
Yes.
And then is that pretty much all you need?
And I was just gonna add one more thing too. So moving forward too, Jake, with the AOG would be helping me with, these projects. We have a couple of other places that are interested in this kind of a, incentive. We'll be coming back again in the next, few months, on another one that's, really close to being able to bring to you guys. And so he's, they've received funding for him to help economic development in Carbon and Emery counties, and so he will be a contact for us as well. But what we need is a resolution. So we need you to sign the agreement and then a resolution approving the agreement.
So
It's very,
we have that resolution, so
Yep.
this one.
Yep.
That needs to be signed by Wayne, looks like.
Yep.
And then this one appears, I don't want to get ahead of myself, we haven't taken a vote or anything, but, so this part is the redevelopment agency, that's you guys.
correct.
And then this one is, who are we expecting to have signed here, attested, looks like our attorney here, is that?
Is that
I assume
Darren
this is
signing
Wayne.
that, or is that?
I would assume it's Wayne.
And then the attest, who typically?
Would be Darren.
Would be
So that
Darren.
should be Darren,
And then the attorney.
and then the attorney, okay,
That would be my understanding, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
got it.
All right. Okay, so the motion would include accepting the resolution and approving the interlocal agreement. Is that right?
Yeah, so the resolution would approve the interlocal agreement.
Or approving the resolution? Okay, so all we have to do then is approve the resolution because it
Approves the.
approves
yes.
the interlocal agreement. Okay, so we're just looking then for a motion to approve the resolution. The redevelopment agency resolution, is that specific enough, or do we want to put the
So it would actually be your resolution.
our resolution?
Yeah,
It's to,
It's called the school district resolution for IE on here, so, for Intermountain Electronics.
well, why don't we do the school district resolution to approve the interlocal agreement?
Perfect.
That's what. So that's what we're looking for in the wording for a motion. So is there a motion?
I move that we move to approve the interlocal
A resolution for interlocal?
resolution.
Okay, perfect. That's good enough. There is a motion. Is there a second?
I've seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Now, any further discussion on the motion? With none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hey, motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for
your
this
support.
tremendous amount of work. Have they given you a whole, on football team, they put all these little footballs on the helmet for achieving. Have you got enough gold stars for your forehead the county's given you?
They haven't. Keep up the good work. in
Man,
front.
come on, Commissioner. Yeah.
You know what? He makes me eat humble pie, Wayne.
Does he?
I think she's asked for the Porsche.
Is that all?
You can't
We're
have the
gonna give
glass.
it to her for Christmas, but it'll be kind of small.
Very small.
They promised me a
Okay.
Matchbox Porsche. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, it'll be the compact version, right?
Thank you, guys.
You bet.
Congratulations on your election.
Okay, now we'll go back to the COVID-19 update.
Okay, thank you. I put a lot of information on there, but.
Yeah, did everybody have an opportunity to look through the information that he put on there?
Yes.
Okay.
The one that I thought I would focus on is this one. I think this is what you're asking for. And this is as of this morning. We had active cases for students. You can see by school here, and 9 total students. And our positive staff outnumbers the students, which is the trend in the nation as far as age and COVID goes. So the total positive right now, we have 19 in our district and 75 are quarantined. And every day this changes. Of course, we have people added and then people come off every day. So this is just a snapshot, but it gives you an idea of where we're at. 2 months ago, it would have been many days. We had 0, 0, 0 all the way across.
Will you review for us the process of coming off quarantine? What's the process that happens here with the positive students, with the positive and the non-positive, what's the process?
Yeah, so the students, or anybody, I'll just kind of walk you through. If someone is tested positive, someone has symptoms or they've been close to somebody and they get tested, so they've tested positive, the health department then contacts that person and they start asking questions. Where have you been? When did you start exhibiting symptoms if they have? Have you been around anybody who tested positive? So they try and figure out about when that exposure occurred. Sometimes they can't tell, and so they have to assume the exposure was maybe that day. They don't know. So they try and determine from the day of exposure. They've found that after 7 days, if you don't have any symptoms after 7 days, the chances of you exhibiting symptoms is very low, especially for school-age students. So based on the data, they say if you can have a negative test on day 7, this is for, I'm sorry, I'm confusing the two things, I'm sorry.
Positive.
So if you're positive, I'm sorry, if you test positive, it's 14 days no matter what. So after the 14 days though, you don't have to take the test because you've run your course. So I'm sorry, so now I'm going to talk about the quarantine student. So I'm quarantined now because I was eating lunch with somebody who tested positive. I don't have any symptoms. So that's the one that on 7 days, if I test negative, there's like a 90% chance that I will not ever test positive. Well, not ever, but that I won't.
From that exposure.
From that exposure. So I don't know if that, and it's really driven by the health department. So we have a spreadsheet and it has every individual's name and it has when the estimated exposure, and then then the health department puts in there, may return on this date with a negative test, or just may return on this date if they were a positive. And so we follow that, and
so they're approved to be able to get the testing on the 7th day.
yes.
Okay.
Mhm. And the health department's been taking care of all of that for us. They've made huge.
And they're
efforts.
giving you names of students and teachers and stuff that really aren't associated with being exposed at school or on a school activity, just anybody who's in the school
That's
system, you're getting
In
it.
fact, we have very few, I can only think of 2, where they believe the exposure happened at school.
Right, and that's
So
what they're saying.
almost every instance, the exposure is happening somewhere else, and therefore almost all of the quarantines are a result of an exposure that happened outside school. So
See, and they isolated my husband for 10 days, but I had the 14 days because I had been exposed.
onset of symptoms is not the same as potential exposure.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense, and that's what we've
Yeah.
seen. We've had some people that have been
In fact,
upset.
you've got is it 10 days is that what you said? The number of days he was isolated for 10 days,
Mhm.
and then at least 72 hours symptom free.
Yes,
So
right.
Well, those that are quarantined at home because of exposure, it's different if there's a positive household contact.
That's right.
It's just a flat 14. for
Right,
the entire
that's-
family,
that was
and that's
me.
probably why you got 14.
It was
but-
great, 14 days,
Yeah.
just me and him.
You know, your mask isn't hiding that very well.
It's just because the eyes are rolling. No, it worked out okay, but I can't believe I didn't get it.
But we find it really interesting that, some people, we've had a few that the health department just scratches their heads. They don't know where they would have
Yeah.
got it, maybe at Walmart, I don't know.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it is definitely increasing. And we are feeling it a little more with our staff right now. And so we're hoping to see that come. We have a few that come off tomorrow. So that'll help our numbers a little bit, but we're watching it daily. We have regular conversations with the health department, just asking, hey, we see a staff member at this school. Maybe we have 2 at one school. Let's have a conversation. And what they're concerned about is unchecked school spread. If they ever start seeing that, then we're in trouble, and they have not seen that at all. So, but we keep checking with them all the time to see, what are you seeing, so that we can, make the right call.
Okay, well, thank you.
So I'm a little bit confused on our graph here. So this 4th column, this total positive active, that's the combination of both the staff and the students, correct?
Yes.
That number's wrong.
Yeah, so why
This
is-
one's wrong.
And also the one down there at Castle Heights,
Oh, yeah.
it says 1 and 2 and 1, so that's where I was confused.
Should be 3.
So, yeah. The problem is, we have several people working on this, including the health department.
Yeah.
So we have people updating it, but maybe not. So
So
I
that
apologize.
4th column is probably one that you don't really need to
These are
work
the
out.
ones that are right.
The ones that are correct.
I just didn't know if this was like accounting for different people or something.
No, that's.
Good
Yeah,
catch, Hunter, good catch.
I just want to, again, reiterate that we're kind of looking at our sub availability, and when we get to that point, and then if we ever do end up going 2 weeks, I know that the teachers are kind of prepared, but that they'll still need some more time to prepare because of where they are in their lesson possibly. They're ready to roll, but
They have also considered scheduling changes, like, we worked through all kinds of things where we realize a student's not going to sit at their computer for 7 hours.
Right.
That's not going to happen, it's not good for them either.
No.
So we've looked at how to shorten or change the whole entire bell schedule kind of, so that there's certain times they meet with teachers, there's office hours for teachers, so we've built in things that help that preparation as well, that we will not expect anyone to sit at their computer from like 8:05 to 3:15 minus the lunch. That's just not realistic. So we're trying to help the student burnout and the teacher burnout with that, and parents, because parents still have to maybe work or have to arrange childcare or
Right.
have to. So we're trying to be cognizant of all those different perspectives and try to offer the best of a really crummy situation.
Yeah.
We can keep everybody as engaged as possible and still give time for real life stuff that happens. Yeah.
Do
Well,
you-
and that question, or that comment regarding, they're at a certain place in their lesson, but if they were notified tonight, we're going virtual tomorrow, they could start with a review day.
Right.
That's where they're ready to go. We can back
Okay.
this up a 3-day, last week, whatever, and then be ready tomorrow, the next day, to start where we were. If that makes sense.
And then as far as substitutes go, we are in contact with principals regularly. I had a conversation with Blake Allen at Sally Morrow yesterday. He said that they weren't able to find enough subs. We have a problem with substitutes wanting to take anything right now because they're concerned too. So we are short, but we just work together and find a way to cover. We have aides. They do a great job, and sometimes we have to stop doing some of the other things so that we can cover the class. And I guess that's just what you do in a pandemic. But so far, we've been able to get things covered and work things out. Sometimes we have to be pretty creative, but
And I'm hearing from parents too that they're a little concerned about where we are right now. I don't know if there's a way to get, some communication out.
Where are we at?
Like, I mean, I know that they know these numbers because the health district puts them out all the time. But, and we've talked about what the trigger is for us to be going to virtual school. But I think it's confusing because, this helps because, you can say, well, there might be 9 positives, but they're spread out through different schools or whatever. I just don't know if, Chelsea, help me, what I'm trying to say.
Some of the conversations I've had with parents lately, it's the number of quarantines that scare them.
Right.
They think that quarantine is
Right.
infectious.
Is going
And
to that, right?
We're extremely proactive, and I appreciate, the health department is my best friends. I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah.
couldn't be luckier to have the people
Oh,
we
yeah.
have. And I think they're, in some cases, have been a little bit broad on bringing some extra kids in for quarantine, but that's okay. But that message goes out, and parents are panicking because
Right.
they know there's, 30 kids out from a wrestling team or something.
The-
Like, it's not.
The
necessarily
answer
that.
that I've been giving parents that seem to satisfy them the best is we are not going to online education only unless the health department tells us we need to.
And that's what I assure them. We are
And
constantly talking to them.
So we don't have a plan. We're not automatically going to shut the schools down for 1 week like Kristen brought up. We don't have that plan right now. We do not have that plan right now. Our plan is we're staying in school unless the health department says we're not. And that's our plan right now. So
So Chelsea, what,
What I see as concerns, there's a few. One is that our classified staff is very overworked. And they're feeling this strain. Our janitors, our cafeteria workers, our aides, because they're covering in all sorts of areas. But also our teachers are. The non-sick, the non-quarantine, the non-sick employees everywhere are working double for those who aren't. I mean, yeah, they're coming up with great ideas to keep school going, but it is mentally and physically and emotionally exhausting. And so, we appreciate that we're trying to prepare for that, but it's very overwhelming as well. We also have parents who are questioning us daily, the school and at least at Creekview, about our numbers of quarantine students and are we going online because they're seeing the numbers? And how come there's this grant out for internet now? Is that being worked online? Like all sorts of things have them concerned. And so we are being questioned that way too. And if we go into online for a week or for whatever, while theoretically, teachers should be prepared, and they probably are for the most part, but they need prep time, and not all buildings have been preparing for that in our district, and so there's some concern that some teachers will not, if it were tomorrow, to be ready for that. If it's from our health department, or if it's from the governor, or if it's from the district, they need some time to prepare, and it would be best if there was, pre-warning. And we've tried, be prepared. There is a good possibility that it's happening. Of course, we're all thinking that way, and a lot of classrooms are already running where it will just be a natural transition, and it won't be a big deal. But I have a few concerns. I don't know, did I answer the question? I think I went off, but there's a lot going on in our buildings in order for it to keep working.
I guess my question was, what is it that you because we talked about this a little bit, what is it that you hear parents wanting to know that they're confused about? Like parents that,
Parents call teachers or dojo teachers and ask, are there positive cases in your class?
Oh.
They want to know that, first of all. They also want to know, like, when are we going online? And there's, when, because there's rumors that it's happening. And so they want to prepare for it. They have childcare to prepare for or whatever that they're thinking about. And so I think that they're wanting more information, just like the rest of us. If there's any way to give us a warning, then we all want it. So I think is what they're asking.
I would like that as well.
I know.
Yeah, I feel like we're just kind of like stuck in this limbo state, whether it would just almost be better to know, hey, in 2 weeks, we're going to be going online for however long, or we're going to be in school for the rest of the year. And I just, like in the student body too, like along with parents, is it's like every single thing that we do, we like, everybody's asking the same question. Oh, so does this mean we're going online?
Right.
Like we do a virtual day in class, it's like, does this mean we're going online? Like one thing happens.
Right.
And it's just,
And they're practicing in their classrooms,
Yeah.
which then causes panic. Or they're, says, make sure you're taking your Chromebook home this weekend, just in case, which it is Friday the 13th. You know. So,
again?
Oh, yes.
so, you know,
Well,
but like everything causes some panic, so.
it does, and we need to do what we can to mitigate that. Human nature is that's the way it happens, but we want to mitigate that as much as we can. So let's make it clear that the Carbon School District believes that in-person education is the best way to educate our kids. And that's the way we're going to do it unless we're mandated not to. So it won't be the Carbon School District that just says, you know, it's probably a good idea that we go online, and we're going to do that tomorrow. We will not do that. If our hands are forced, we certainly need to meet and make sure that we're not asking the teachers to do something they cannot do. But at the same time, we need to move forward as quickly as we can, providing the education for the students. So we are preparing as much as we can. All these things that we're doing, we are preparing just like an earthquake drill, just like a fire drill. In the event that it happens, we want to be prepared, but we don't anticipate it happening.
So I hear you, Wade, saying that are you speaking for everyone?
Speaking for the Carbon School District, am I not?
Well, the only thing is, like I mentioned before, we have had conversations with the health department about a preventative week after Thanksgiving. And that's the only conversation that we've had, that wouldn't necessarily be, but again, that's still the same thing though. It's still the health department saying, we want you to do this because we think it will prevent the spread after Thanksgiving. But that's, I think that needs to be mentioned along with the comments that you made.
so I guess that's like the $1 million question, right? With being able to do a week in order to prevent a month of having to quarantine, or 2 weeks even, like doing a week where we can say, like the teachers can know that this week is coming up and they can be prepared for that week.
Right.
Is that going to be better than a surprise?
But let me emphasize, the school district is not the experts in being able to say that if we stop a week, we're going to prevent a month. That's the health department, that's the medical professionals that tell us that. The school district will not decide that on our own.
And we've been telling, since the PD day, we worked with principals leading up to the PD day, and that a large portion of that day should be dedicated to preparation for a possible virtual learning. And we've also encouraged them to encourage the PLCs to use PLC time on a weekly basis to continue to prepare and be ready for a possible time for this to happen. And if we need to look at some other possibilities too, we're way open to that as well. But that's a weekly opportunity for teams to work together on trying to prepare. But ultimately, for us to say on X date, we're going to go to virtual learning 2 weeks away, that would be irresponsible because we don't know what the situation is going to be. And the health department is looking at it on a daily basis. And if these numbers drop, then there would be no need to go, and we don't want to. And if the mask mandate that the governor has put in place and the state of emergency has the effect that they say it should have, we ought to see a corresponding lowering of the numbers. So just a few things to add to the conversation.
So the Carbon School District unilaterally is not going to just go to online without the direction coming from the healthcare professionals. Thanks for bringing that to a head. Appreciate that. Okay, let's move on. We have safe schools. Oh no, where am I?
Broom Point.
Broom Point. Yeah,
Fixing it.
I've already got that one up. Do we have, Stacy, are you presenting that or?
Is Connie on?
We should be able to hear her. If she'll-
No, she's there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I just want to give a thank you to Lance for the wonderful tribute that you did for Veterans Day today. That was very touching and personal, and I just wanted to let you know that it was appreciated. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. We had to put in another amendment to our school land trust plan because I did not know, and the teachers were not sure and did not know that the Chromebooks had already been purchased and a cart had already been purchased and paid for. So we are not needing to purchase a Chromebook cart and devices for our kindergarten or first grade to share because they've already been purchased, paid for, and they are just on back order. They haven't been delivered yet. So with that, we're still looking at our goal 1. So again, currently 23% of our Broome Point students are reading at grade level, at a level corresponding to the end of the year grade level goal. And that's, again, January 2020 data. By the end of the 2021 school year, 50% of our student population will read on or above grade level based on the RAS Kids Leveling Assessment. Broome Point Elementary School's Community Council is requesting that the funds, which is $3,642, be used to increase time for our paraprofessionals to provide reading intervention and progress monitoring services to our students. This will help our students make significant growth in the area of reading fluency and comprehension. The results will be measured using the RAS Kids assessment. And then again, at the bottom, it just says the reason why we had to amend our previous amendment. Are there any questions?
It's always a nice thing when you have something already paid for.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, I want you to look at my budget. Okay, with no questions, is there a motion to accept the amendment to the Broome Point Trust Lands Plan?
I'll move to approve the amended trust lands plan for Broome Point.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Since Melissa,
second.
Melissa also did it, so we'll just put her on for the second.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? With none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're down to policy 547, safe schools. Okay, go ahead.
Well, last time we looked at this one little change that came out of some conversation and some experience over the last month. And it's clear at the bottom, but you see it in green. in discussing things with our attorney, I was under the impression from her that maybe some of our numbers were a little off compared to legislation. So I went back and compared what legislation and model policy says compared to what we have and they're in line. So I believe this is the only adjustment necessary at this time.
Well, I got some notes here from Jeff that he left, and he's saying that down through the policy, there are a lot of references, and I can't see any as I'm just running through it, and I didn't hit me. There's a lot of references to FHA, FH, FEAG, FGAJ.
That's the old
Policy.
label for the FHA right here.
Yeah, so we need to remove.
Okay.
So if you'll go through and find, yeah, I can see one right here down on
Policy manual.
22B, see policy FGAG. And so we need to get those numbered correctly. Does he do this to you guys all the time? He finds all the commas and yeah, he's pretty valuable that way.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Are there any other things? Kristen Lee?
No, I didn't see anything.
No.
Melissa?
No.
Hunter?
No.
Okay, you notice that's what we're adding substantially right there at the bottom. It's a modification. Okay, so because we want to get a clean policy in front of us, and there's not a time crunch on this policy, is there a motion to accept this as the first reading?
I move that
So
we
you can
accept
see
this.
Sorry, Kristen.
No. Would you
Go
like me
ahead.
to do that?
Yeah, you bet.
I move that we accept this policy to the status of first reading.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded.
Twice.
Yeah.
Easy.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? With none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There wasn't any opposed. I could hear them all. Okay. Now, board meeting calendar. So we need to set next year's calendar.
And we do want to just make you aware that selfish reasons, basketball is on Wednesdays. So if the board doesn't want to do that, that's fine, but I do have a senior. So personally, it would be better if we could change 3 of those, including next month's, but recognizing that might not be possible, we just wanted to toss it out there as a possibility.
You know what, I'm uncomfortable making that type of change to go to January and February without Jeff here, because I don't know what his schedule is.
Right.
But I'm amenable to changing December's to Tuesday, and then putting this back on the agenda in December.
Great.
With those changes, so Jeff will have an opportunity to voice in, because I don't know what his meeting schedule is. I don't know if it's any different than what it is tonight. So that doesn't conflict with your board meetings,
No,
does
we're
it?
first and third.
Okay.
Okay, we'll bring it back.
All right, so is there we probably need to have a motion to change the board meeting, the December board meeting from Wednesday, December 9th to Tuesday, December 8th. Is there a motion to make that change?
I will move.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All
Thank you.
right. So we'll do that. Then, now, Kristen, that's a particularly important date for you, so,
I will be with bells on.
okay, all right. Okay. The Tuesday the
Sorry, I
8th,
got behind.
just December, Tuesday the 8th.
The 8th.
Are you not paying attention, Darren?
Just the fingers aren't moving fast
Tuesday
enough.
the 8th.
Now we're to the consent agenda. And Jeff has a couple of issues on that, on the minute.
Did you have to vote on that economic plan in the action items, or did?
We did.
At the time that they did. They said it before the information.
Oh, I was like, did we miss something? We were missing stuff, sorry.
You-
It's been a long day, sorry.
You were still recovering from online grading discussion
You
that
know,
was
I
going
don't
on.
know that I'll ever recover, so it's okay.
Okay, so on the minutes, there's a couple of items that Jeff noted. The item 1, we did not mention that Micah's presentation about concurrent enrollment included staff from USUE,
Sarah
and that
Wolford.
probably ought to be there.
Sarah Wolford.
Did you find it there? So just item
Yeah, might be
A1,
the information item 1 in the working session.
Micah Salas presented to the board information. We ought to include that it included staff from USUE.
And who was the staff?
Sarah,
Sarah Wolford, WOLFORD. Her and I are like this.
and then item B, we didn't put a time down where we went into closed session.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Excuse me.
I wasn't here at that
yeah,
time.
you
Does
were.
anybody remember I joined that meeting
It
late?
was
About
promptly at
4:30.
It was
4:30.
4:30.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes,
it was right on schedule.
That's, we were
I think it
promptly.
really was.
I actually think it was too, because we were watching the clock as we were finishing up there.
But thanks.
those two updates have been made in the last meeting.
And then he had a question that I think I've got the answer for. On the warrants, there's an approval for $67,497. And it looks like it's the state tax commission. Imagine that's for withholding
Payroll
tax,
withholding.
payroll withholding. Okay. All right. Those were Jeff's questions. Anybody else have any questions concerning the consent agenda?
No.
All right.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? With the corrections made. Sorry, Lee, I've been doing that.
Did you get that then?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda as is. With the changes, yes.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved and seconded. It's a consent agenda. There is no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Anything else? Any concerns or from anybody else? If not, it's Hunter's turn to make a motion.
Okay, I motion to, adjourn the meeting?
It's adjourned. We ought to give you the gavel.